That's what I was like thinking.
I was gonna say two
I don't think I ever saw
wildly
Bruno.
different movies.
Yeah, they're
Same actor, I think, right? Same
same actor. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I think I heard Borat was good, so I was like, and my friend was like, let's watch this movie, and we both were like, we just can't do this.
Can't watch Bruno. It's so weird.
I mean, the same could definitely be said for Borat, but it's like a different flavor. I don't know.
Yeah, different.
Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, I think Sochi's on his way. I'm helping Flick with insurance stuff real quick, and then I think he's hopping on. Let me yell at
Oh
him.
no, insurance.
Right? It
Sounds like a nightmare.
nightmare. It's like adult stuff. Who needs that?
Yeah. Here to play D&D like 80s children.
Quick, everyone vote on inspiration before it's too late.
It says I already voted.
Great job.
Shit, I forgot. Let me vote.
But I don't know if
It's still current at the moment for
Okay.
last week's episode.
yeah.
I have not reset it yet, so that is still applying to last week's episode. Go vote. Go vote while you can.
I did a vote.
I don't see Patch's name on here. How can I vote for Patches if he's not on?
Oh, I should
the board?
I should edit it to include Patches in there with you.
Please don't. I was just joking.
I mean, they're kind of the same now, right? Shared resource. I guess that hasn't actually been explored very much yet. He just did a thing, immediately undid it, said that proved something without explaining how it proved anything, and that was it.
Yes, I
Yeah.
don't think besides you and Sochi that anyone knows
Nobody
at
else
all
knows.
how this works.
No one else.
No man has theories.
Yeah, I accidentally got so far into the Patches mindset that I didn't actually explain anything or try to be useful.
I mean, honestly, that just seems par for the course. It seemed very realistic in this world. It's just like this guy's like, yeah, it worked, and we're just like, we don't really care if it worked, honestly. Just stop talking.
Oh, I feel bad, but you know.
Big spoilers. I'm getting banishment.
Banishment.
Yeah, to send him back home.
That might work, who knows? Or there might
Who knows?
There might be magic that explicitly prevents anything lower than a wish spell from working.
Oh, that's true. A fireball then.
Right. Can't prevent my axe from working.
Oh boy.
It's fine. Either banishment works or he dies. It's that simple.
No, apparently I get buffs now when he casts spells on me, so now I have to leave him alive.
I can't wait
Okay.
till everyone finds out what happens when patches die to their own characters.
Oh no.
It's almost like a demon imprinting on you, and then you'll be cursed.
Oh no, not another curse. Also, at some point, I'll have to vanish because I'm making roast, and it takes a long time.
Okay, alright. He's still sorting some things out. I think he'll be joining us later, but he's still technically at work for an hour or two. I forget how this new arrangement works. But either way,
He gets up at 9.
gotcha. Cool. So Flick will be joining us in a couple of hours.
Quick question on top of that: Are
Sure.
we moving to Wednesday starting next week?
I think it's as soon as Zeke's schedule moves over. Zeke, when does your schedule change? Oh, he said BRB. Figure it out as soon as he gets back.
Okay, just Wednesday is like the one day that I can't work late, so it's best for me.
Yeah,
Chance I may get pulled into a Thursday at some point. So
perfect. So yeah, I think it's whenever Zeke's schedule updates, which I think is what, like a couple weeks?
It
He's back.
is. So it updates next week, but I also have some leave next week. So the first Thursday that I can't play is not next Thursday, but the following.
Okay.
when's the first Wednesday that we can switch to though?
Anytime you want.
Okay, so
We
if
can start next week if you want.
I was gonna
Maybe
say,
after Flick gets back, we can vote on it. But like, if we can start moving to Wednesday next week, that would be beneficial for me.
cool.
I'll talk to my boss about it too,
Yeah.
and just
Yeah,
probably change
okay.
my availability to just work Wednesday morning, or just have them off. That'd be great too.
Hell yeah.
I like it.
We'll chat it
Okay.
over.
I know starting the 15th, it'll be no issue for me. Next week might be, and I might have to leave a little bit early, but we'll see.
Awesome. We'll wait for Vic to get here, and we'll figure out if we want to do it on the 8th or the 15th. We'll figure it out. But anyway, real quick, let's do inspiration. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh my god, it's like a three-way tie. Look at that. Moat, Nomad, and Gale get inspiration. If you already have it, you can pass it along to somebody else.
Hot.
That brings me great joy because I voted for 2 of those 3 people last
Me
second.
too.
Last second or
Gotcha.
just yeah? I'm
Last
saying
second.
No,
last
I
second.
voted like right after the session, and I only.
No, I
So
just
basically
voted like
no.
2 minutes ago.
Foster, who'd you vote for? DM me. I need to know. Did we vote for the same people and make them rise to the challenge?
Who's the kingmaker?
and Gale. Don't tell Vic. I voted for Gale also, but I'm not saying the other person I voted for.
Mysteries and scandal.
Mysteries and
Ooh.
scandal.
Oh, I'm gonna give mine to Basu.
Oh, I
Hey.
think I already have it. Can Shu have it?
Shoo.
No. I mean, you know, you can share yours. You can use yours on Shu if you want. But you don't get an extra capacity just because you have a
How
familiar.
come Pat?
Yeah,
just
but it would
didn't have
only be for choose checks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What if
the only
Shu really
useful.
wants to succeed on perception.
Yeah, but he already has advantage in those, so.
Shu just wants
Yeah.
to. Shu just wants to have advantage on just stealing people's stuff and keeping it for himself. That's just what
Yeah.
he wants. It's all
Really?
his.
Shu wants to
Got it.
flirt with Kakishi, and he needs advantage on persuasion.
Oh my god.
Hey
can
you,
we
you're
have-
pretty bored.
Can we have a familiars one shot?
Please.
Yes, please.
Familiars
Yeah.
and companions. Get Toto and Kakishi and Shu and dispatches. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. And Nomad's brain,
Nibbles.
brainy,
Nibbles.
nibbles.
Oh no! Please don't
Nibbler.
make Nibbles talk.
It's literally just Nomad's voice.
Oh,
a little
I
better.
forgot you got Nibbler. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I have
I hate
Nibbler.
it personally.
I love it. I love it. Okay.
Is Nibbler like actual Nibbler or something else?
The Nibbler's like a brain.
Brain.
He's a very small intellect devourer.
Oh, okay. Because
It's
he's
not
like a
Futurama.
devourer, so I was like, is he just Nibbler? Because he
Futurama?
just eats fucking everything.
Yeah. No, he's not
Yeah, because he's a
devourer.
devourer. I'm like, oh, that's what he is, right? Yeah, Futurama has Nibbler, which is the tiny little thing that I don't remember what it
I
actually
don't
is.
remember what the fuck it actually is, except that it's
But
like
he
some super
can literally eat everything.
Yeah, and it shits like dark matter?
something
Yes.
like
Something
that.
dark matter fuel or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway,
Very strange.
They're called Niblonians.
that's right.
Okay.
Come on,
Wait,
fucking
actually,
Futurama lore amateurs.
why am I even asking if that was actually real? Of course it's real.
Yeah, this.
I want to
miss
watch
Future.
Futurama.
Chris, that list escalates real quickly at the end there, doesn't it?
Someone gets to play God, and someone gets to play Kraken.
Perfect. So, when we left off last week, you guys had kind of wrapped up your business down in Valdalance. And I believe the plan was to start making your way north, back towards Thorngrove, where you're going to look more into the Druid Grove, where Vasu had some suspicions, that he might find more information about the missing crystal, because apparently, shit, I shouldn't say anything. Why did you have those suspicions? If you remember, I'm trying to remember what you know.
You told me that I had seen or heard about like a wagon, a covered
Yeah.
wagon, being
Wiki
taken
Rider here.
through some place, and then that I also heard about that like in Thorngrove.
And then
They were
Gale sent
talking
Fiero out
physically.
to do his patrols, and Fiero saw it too.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, awesome.
Thanks, Wiki Man.
Right?
You're welcome.
I'm gonna start paying Wikiman $100 a session to do Sunday because I need that.
Great.
Uh,
I'll take it.
okay. So, you guys took off kind of first thing in the morning, 9 or 10 or so, unless you had any last minute business in town. And I believe the plan was to kind of head along the standard route, which will have you stopping in Deltana briefly, and then heading across the channel to Thorngrove. You do cut across a little channel of water there, which is always inherently dangerous, but it's well traveled and it's pretty shallow. You know, it's about as safe as it can get, which is still not that safe, but sort of safe.
I will always have something to do and the money to do it anymore.
Yeah, there we go. Aces Familiar is actually no.
Yeah. Oh, it's literally snow about in Nibbler.
Yes,
Or
we
in
want
Team
somebody.
Familiar.
Alright. As you guys are making it through, I guess one of the two captains, either Flick or Moat, give me a luck check. There's no, like...
Classic mode.
Excellent. Let's do one of these.
I tell you, he's proficient in luck checks.
He's definitely proficient in luck checks.
It goes without saying.
He has advantage and proficiency.
So, the weather is cooperative. Traffic is a little bit, I don't know, there's just a lot of people going back and forth this time of year. It's the sky, so it's not like you're in bumper-to-bumper traffic or anything like that. But you do have to, like, be careful. There are a couple of situations where, like, a really large airship kind of comes through real fast, and kind of a bunch of other people fail to make room for it. And you kind of have to spin the ship real fast, and some things get knocked over. I don't know, there are just a couple of little hiccups along the way, but it's not like you wreck or get into an attack that you can't handle or anything crazy like that. It's just a bit of a stressful journey the whole time. People are real rambunctious on the road, or the sky. Yeah. Yeah, and that's true. That's a very good point. Sky traffic is a real thing.
It gets a little squirrely. out there
Sunday
sometimes.
Flyer.
Yeah, lots of Sunday flyers out there. Let's see, airship is between 3 to 7 based on wind. Warm winds,
Lots
they're
of
being
Delta
very cooperative.
pilots.
Yeah, that's probably... Fuck Delta. Man, can we say that? I think we can say that, right? We just
Maybe.
can't pretend to be sponsored by anyone.
Yeah, fuck Delta.
Fuck Delta.
Just- I just need to not have anyone do a deep dive into my identity after I say that.
It's
yes,
okay. Can we just make like Fantasy Delta and then we can say fuck Delta, no problem.
Right.
Fuck
like-
Delta.
It's that dude over there. His name is Delta.
This is Delta.
Fuck that
Yeah,
guy.
Delta.
Delta and
Fuck.
American Airlines. Anyway, you guys
Are we
able
allowed
make
to
it-
swear on
Yeah.
Twitch?
Yeah, okay, so here's my rule, and I don't know if this is Twitch's rule, and if it's not, then Twitch can go fuck itself. But here's my rule. You can swear, and you can be crass and crude all that you want, you just can't be mean or evil. So, like, you can say fuck all you want, you just can't use, like, nasty slurs about people.
Can I say fuck you?
Yeah, you can say fuck you.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's racist toward like evil racist?
Does that mean
Mind
that
flayers.
Yule needs to leave the chat because like, Yule is just so racist?
It's true.
Well,
Should I stop
Get out of
talking?
here, you old woman.
as long as
Oh, that's
people-
ages.
Boomer.
I think that might be the closest one to an actual slur.
Yeah, it might be, actually.
Boomer?
Boomer? I don't know if boomer's a
I
slur.
mean, it's not, but someone's going to report it.
Yeah.
Importantly,
This rat hates cats. Reported.
anyway, you guys make it to Deltana around like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and that is the first long leg of the journey. That's about 2/3 of the way there. Let's see, that would make it kind of rolling into the afternoon. Weather still being cooperative. You guys kind of have the option. If you want to stop in Deltana, you can. Otherwise, you can just keep like chugging through for another 2 or 3 hours and just go all the way to Thorngrove.
What's in
What's in
Deltana?
Deltana?
Okay, so let's see here. Flick would know about
Stop.
it. Moat would know about it. Yule would probably know about it. Ace and Nomad, this is where you found a ship with all those gnolls that ended up betraying you in the middle of the night. It's just kind of like a little skipping stone between Valdalant's mainland, Willingquet, over to Thorngrove. It is kind of a shithole. It is technically Willingquet's like final bastion, even though it is technically out of territory. It's very similar to Green Castle, where it serves as just like a front line for Willingquet, except it's Willingquet instead of Eisenmark.
And Green Castle is just like White Castle, right?
But green.
Green Castle actually is not green. One of the reasons it's called Green Castle is because it's right where the greenery from Eisenmar starts to stop growing and it transitions into kind of these badlands.
For a second
They
there, I
have,
was looking at the map and I was like, Greencastle. Okay.
Greencastle.
It just sounded very familiar for a second there.
but
yeah.
they have like square patties there, right?
You're thinking of Wendy's.
You're thinking. Of
Oh, that's-
Wendy's. Yeah.
Gotcha. What, they have square patties? That's
Yeah,
strange.
man. They don't.
So
cut
does White
corners.
Castle, though.
Yeah.
They
Hmm.
both do.
Oh.
Are they fighting? Is it
No, I don't think so.
okay?
I think they got different target markets.
I
People who like squares, but yeah, we're in Deltana. Ah, such wonderful memories. We were betrayed in Deltana,
Good times.
like normal.
I'd say we go down and settle some scores, but I think Thorngrove might be a little more urgent.
Yeah, I think they
Ah.
might already be dead too.
We don't need to settle these scores. I'm okay.
Yeah, I jumped in the water.
We both did. It was a great time.
Can we see Caldus from here?
visibility at sea level is about 2 miles. If you're up a little bit, it's about 10 miles. Let's get the ruler out. No, you would not be able to see Caldus. That's like a good 40 miles over.
Okay.
I look at Caldus anyway, so
I'm sorry.
they're longingly.
Vasu and I get bird eye views of everything because we're birds, so we do see it.
Well,
We do have a
See-
magical
Spyglass.
magnifying glass.
that is
Spyglass.
true. Here's the thing. This isn't Tolkien's weird shit universe where elves don't have a flat or a curved world for some reason. Like, you can see really, really far, but the curvature of the world doesn't change for you.
How high up we are. Also, what is the curvature? How big is this planet?
This planet is, by pure raw chance, the exact same radius as Earth because it makes calculations a lot easier.
So
So
it's
it's not
flat.
flat.
If I do math, yes, and it's also flat. But if I do math and I find out that we could see it from that island, I'm gonna call you out on that.
You know what? You're very welcome to do that. I am all about being called out, especially over RPG math. So definitely.
As
let
long
me
as
know.
you don't have to do the math.
Just be aware that, like, if your calculation requires you to be so high up that you wouldn't be able to breathe, then it doesn't count. It's ruled out.
I don't mean to derail us too much, but are you guys hip to this dinosaur or Earth thing? R/dinosaur Earth. It's just conspiracy theorists who say Earth is not flat or spherical. It's shaped like a dinosaur.
That sounds great.
My
I dig
God.
it.
Like a dino nugget, like your socks.
Kind of, yes.
That sucks.
The best socks.
Oh no. Well,
Sorry, carry on.
I'm on it now. I am sold. That's all I need.
Only because of the socks.
Remember 3 years ago we decided that the Earth is a snake, and we're all snake Earths.
Stickers.
It's true. That was a group decision that we came to.
Like the last time we were all at the ring.
Forgot about
Was I there for that? I don't think I was there for that.
No, that was like 3 years ago.
Yeah, then therefore falsified.
Kitty.
I didn't consent to this either.
You know, the Earth is a giant ball of snakes. That's what causes earthquakes.
Makes sense, honestly, when you think about
See,
it.
Pookie gets it. There's a turtle on the bottom, then there's 4 elephants, and then the Earth is a disc on top.
Full of snakes.
Yeah. The
there's
snakes
no-
are at the bottom of the ocean.
And that's
Yeah,
why
it's
the
not
Earth is
like
green,
elephants.
because snakes are green. It all makes sense when you
Yeah.
think about it.
The snakes are plugging the drain at the bottom of the disc, and that's why the ocean doesn't just drain out.
And there's a frog on the log on the bump next to the hole at the bottom of the sea.
Get out.
What is
You did
going
it.
on here? Are we having conspiracy theories about how the shape of the Earth
It's
is?
not
And they're-
conspiracy theories, it's philosophical discussion.
You could just ask my Lord and Savior Nomad, and he would just tell you the answer to the universe and Earth.
The answer is water. Everything is water.
It's all water. Even the snakes are water.
It's water snakes, yes. Sky snakes are also water snakes. So,
What were
if
we talking
the
about?
higher we get, the thinner oxygen gets. Does that mean the Underdark has the most oxygen?
Okay, so like in theory, sure, kind of, except the Underdark is very heavily flooded. So most of
Yeah.
the places that do have oxygen are like either pockets of oxygen with very slow seeping gas lines up to the top.
Water is just wet oxygen.
You're you're not wrong. I hate that you're not wrong, but you're not wrong.
More concentrated there than most places.
God, is that true? No. Wait, okay, gotta go find out what percentage of the air is oxygen. Because I know it's mostly nitrogen, right?
No, I think it's mostly
Hydrogen.
hydrogen.
H2O, right?
What is
Well,
sky
both
made
air.
of?
Yeah, so the air is mostly hydrogen, I think, and it's like 11% oxygen on average.
Here we go. Google search, what is sky made of? 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen.
Well, you were just completely right, and me and no matter wrong.
Yeah, and that
So
does...
So what?
Yeah.
What is water made of?
If-
What is sky made of?
I'm just pointing out if it was hydrogen, we'd all die because it's super
That's a
flammable.
really good point.
Also,
You just light
it's
a match
thinner.
and we all explode.
if air's thinner when you go up, that means that air comes from the earth, and that the deeper you go is where you can find the source of air. The core is made of air.
I'm not super sure there's any science to support that.
The
Also,
science
like-
is that
I like
thinner air.
Oxygen,
This is our characters. And
oxygen is poisonous to us, in case you all didn't know that.
Oh,
And
I'm
it's
a
slowly
bird.
killing everybody.
I'm immune to poison.
Everybody who's died because they breathed oxygen.
Well, no, but I mean actually because it like causes oxidation, and yeah, like if we could find a better thing to breathe, we'd actually live longer.
Also, here we go. Water is 89% oxygen. So Nomad is 100% correct. The Underdark does have the highest concentration of oxygen on the planet. It's just
I told
all
you.
in
Just
the
ask
water.
him. Tell you. Can we get back to the campaign though? Because this is as fun as this conversation is.
Wouldn't
we're probably
underwater
gonna
have the
Wouldn't
highest
the ocean have the
concentration?
highest concentration?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, but the Underdark it goes deeper than the ocean.
It's under the
Yeah, but it's
ocean.
more rocks than it is
Everyone
water.
knows that the Underdark is under the ocean, and that the ocean gets its oxygen from the Underdark. Common knowledge.
Common knowledge, indeed.
I went
I
to school.
apologize to everyone who's watching this stream.
I don't.
It's
You
okay.
are welcome for all the oxygen you are breathing.
I'm happy that our viewers are now educated.
Now our viewers too know what is sky made of.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Less air than water.
The more you know.
well, less oxygen than water.
Less breathable air.
Yeah, okay, we gotta. Never mind. I'm.
When is Bill Nye guest starring on our show to prove all the science?
God,
that
we
says?
can't actually have anyone important on this show because then we have to like explain that this is how we live to a real person.
They
He'll
can't
probably-
see the way we live. Let's keep going. This is what happens when you fly in thin oxygen. You see, we start thinking like this.
I'm a bird. I'm used to thin oxygen.
You're a kenku. Kenku don't fly.
Kenku evolved from birds, therefore their lungs are still have the capacity for thin oxygen.
We're
We also live in
magically
trees.
created from
Everyone knows that trees eat oxygen. It's just a fact.
Little pellets of oxygen. What's up, Nordo?
Just to briefly bring us down to earth for a second.
crashing.
Last time we were in Thorngrove, we most of the party couldn't even go into that city without getting shook down on the regular. So when we get there, what's the plan? Are we just gonna walk as a group to the Druid Grove? Do we want to land at the Druid Grove?
Maybe, yeah. Oh shoot!
Can we just land at the Druid Grove? Do we have to land at the docks? I don't know.
Did we recover? Did we get a short rest? I can.
You guys just woke up on a short rest, yes.
Yeah. Did we update it last week? I can't recall.
I don't think we did.
Yeah, I don't think you did either. I don't see it in the chat log.
Okay, time.
So here we go. Chat log says you get a short rest. Today is Friday.
Oh, it's Friday.
Once again, that's not updated to 6, and
It's
a pretty,
been weeks.
pretty good
I
chance you
have
guys are going to be
regained.
7.
Even though we're level 12, it's still only to level 5.
But yeah, there's a map. Most of you spent enough time in Thorngrove to at least remember the general layout. Some of you were just on the ship the whole time, but you would have had a decent aerial view.
Yeah. This place is I can't recall very easily. It's mostly monster races.
Yeah, it's definitely like the first big step into Ajibiata for a lot of people. It's a pretty heavy concentration of gnolls. There are some Nagpa, some Kenku, some kobolds, a lot of orcs,
Centaurs.
some centaurs, yep.
As we approach, Nordo goes into the kitchen and prepares a soup pot of etouffee to carry around town and act like he's just a wandering etouffee salesman, because that worked out well last time.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Is there anywhere I can find? Do we have any spare magnifying glasses worth 100?
No, I have a magnifying glass made of wood with no lens.
It'll
Yeah.
have to do.
We
It
did
is-
the magical spyglass, which lets you see up to like 2 miles away, I think.
A
Perfectly.
spyglass
I
and a magnifying
don't-
glass are extremely different.
I just mean if you needed the spyglass.
Yeah. Oh no, it has to be magnifying glass. It's for identify.
Here you go, brother.
Thank you.
It's just a stick. a
It's
stick.
literally a stick with like a circle stick. It's like literally, there's not even a glass in it. It's
Yeah.
just sticks.
He just hands you a stick that has been twisted and spun into the shape of a magnifying glass.
Peer through it.
What do your elf eyes see? Because he's in the disguise of an elf, of course.
Better not be an elf. You gotta tell me if you're an elf, Nomad. Start shaking Nomad.
Nomad is shook. Am I an elf? Sometimes I don't even know what I am anymore.
You're a little bit of everything. You're a true mutt.
Mutt. I like it.
I think your woman all in white prefers the name Minnie, but close enough.
So what's the plan, Stan?
I was gonna say, what are you actually doing with that magnifying glass?
Oh no, I just need a magnifying glass.
Okay, fair. So Nordo has gone below deck. You guys are about an hour out from Thorngrove, and he's going to start cooking something up so that he can try to look like a traveling salesman. Worked last time with a couple of bribes along the way. Do you guys have any other preparations that you're taking? Where are you planning on docking, I guess, is the real big question. You guys were still
What
deciding
do we
that.
dock?
I'm going to change my hat to something more fitting for people who can't read.
What does... Okay. What is it?
Wait, is this a city? This is the city that has illegal.
No, that's all.
That's all.
That is-
Different one.
Never mind. I'll keep my outfit. I like it.
Yeah.
But under my hat, I have my swim cap just in case
Sure.
we fall underwater.
That coat that I took from a slaver captain, does it have any brandings or markings that indicate that it's a slaver's coat, or is it just kind of a cool?
It definitely would have at least a few patches on it. I guess let me look something up and see how much of like a loyalist he was. No, so the coat itself is not like it's not like it was issued by the Savage Salvage Company, but it definitely has a couple of like insignias that have been sewn onto the shoulders, a couple of ranking patches on the breast that would, for somebody savvy might recognize it from that company. Yeah, it's not like the entire thing is crimson and gold, but it has a few identifying patches that could give it away to somebody who knows what to look for.
Okay. I forget. Was there any sort of presence of that savage company in this place? They kind of. Did we not see any
I
of
don't
them?
No.
I don't think you guys saw any the last time that you were here. Just
we
through like general deduction, Flick would be able to tell you that there almost certainly is. Like it's a trade city, and they are a trade company, and they especially like to do trades that are a little dubious. So like this seems like the sort of place where you'd be likely to run into them.
Okay. And he also just said that he says to not wear the coat if I plan on walking near him, so I'm probably not going to wear the coat.
So Nordo doesn't know this, but would maybe Flick or Moat know? Can we just straight up land at the Druid Grove? Do we have to land at the docks? Like, are we gonna get shot down if we try to land somewhere else?
Oh boy, who would know that? Flick might have an idea. I don't know. I know Flick is listening. I don't know if he's actually like able to play right now. I'll go roll something for him.
And yeah, Flick did go to the Grove with Fossey last time.
Yeah, this would be
Just two
more. Okay, sick. Yeah, give me a sailor's check. Just an intelligence, like sailing proficiency thing. I guess a history check would also be appropriate if anybody's like really good at history. That
about-
is plenty. Flick, you would get the sense that one of the upsides for an airship is you can kind of dock wherever you want. They definitely didn't have any sort of like a designated tie-off spot. You'd have to just sort of drop a ladder like you've done a couple times in the past. You imagine that the druids there could potentially get mad about that if they are there, just because it's trespassing. And also, the guard of the city could potentially get mad at it, not really because of the trespassing, but because you're bypassing the dock and therefore bypassing all of their docking fees. That would be kind of the first thing that comes to mind to you. With that said, you know, if you've got the money and you know how to give it to them the right way, you can kind of get away with whatever you want in a town like this.
I have 13 silver.
So I'm pretty broke.
Oh, that reminds me, at some point during this travel day, Nordo would definitely go back to Nomad and ask if he's got the got enough magic to do that message thing again. No trouble if you don't. Oh, he said be right back. Never mind. We'll get back to that when he gets back.
I have 11 gold, if that matters.
I mean, 11 gold is almost $1,000. That's a hefty chunk of change.
I have 5,000.
There's Gale.
I have
There's
282,
Gale.
but I don't do bribes.
So we're going to talk to the druids, right?
I'll get my bigger guns.
Is this going to be an actual talking to Vasudeva or more of a Vasudeva talking to?
I mean, it depends on what kind of questions they're willing to answer.
I'm just thinking it might be better to land at the docks and not risk pissing him off before we even start talking to him.
I
Yeah.
guess.
I'm already taking my chances walking through the town.
Alright. So, a little more time goes by, you guys start to approach the city, and you decide to dock at the docks. You've done this before once or twice. You get tied off, you lower a rope. And sure enough, are you all going down? Is anybody staying with the ship? The kobolds obviously offer to stay and watch the ship as they have done in the past.
I'm going to go.
Yeah, I think we're all going.
Alright.
Yeah. Nomad eventually breaks out of his vision quest and it's like, yes, I have the magic.
If you don't mind, I don't want to take too many of your sorcery abilities, I guess. But if you could do it again, I'd be much obliged.
No, I understand this is important to you. And he sits down and works on sending to Leah again.
Alright. Give me a message, and I believe it was 2d6. Let me look that up.
Given that she seemed like she didn't get much of any of the last one, I'm just going to send
Yeah.
the exact same message, which I'll paste here.
Was it an Arcana check as well? I can't recall.
I think it is straight up just a D, or a couple of
Yeah,
D6.
I think it was 2d6 to figure out how many of the most important words don't make it through. There was a luck check involved last time, too. I don't know what that was for.
That was
Oh,
for
that-
another thing, and there
Right.
might be one here too. The spell's message delivered was with a bluster of arcane winds, which make it impossible to hear 2d6 of the most important words in the message. Okay, go ahead and give me 2d6, whichever one of you wants to.
Go for it.
Okay.
I might not have wanted to mumble that part.
And let's see, it is like 4. Actually, it'd be a little later. It'd be like 6:30. No, that's reliable. Okay, 9.
Last time it was 10, I think.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
well-
you get one more word through this time.
I'm trying to guess, in my opinion, what the 9 most important letters in this are. Probably your little brother, is 3 of the most important.
Where are you?
And like, where are you? Yeah, that's the 6 most important.
My roommate's cat sees that I have food, and he is trying so hard to convince me to give him some. He is being aggressive. He is trying to eat my knife.
Don't eat the knife, kitty.
He like paws. He's so cute, but he has so many claws. It's because I gave him chicken last time I ate. I done goofed.
Okay.
Also-
Or yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, for the disguise this time, I'm gonna not wear the mask. I'm just going to disguise self with the current outfit. Noel raised.
Okay. Kind of making yourself look like a knoll. That's doable. You're about the right height for it. You're a little lean, but that's easy to fix with the illusion.
Skinny Noel. Slightly on the skinny side, bit gone, but thicker. It's like 2 mana. Let's see that.
Hey,
And then I cast Mage Armor,
good call. Always a good call.
and I'm way low on my.
I cast Meteor Shower on the whole town. Also, in that video clip, he totally put one of his claws in my finger to pull my hand down because he wanted food.
Dog.
He's a little gremlin. He just meows all night long.
Okay, 7 most important from this message. 1, 2, 3.
It's your little brother. Where are you?
Well, no, this is the return message.
Oh, okay.
Okay, this time, Nomad, the voice that you hear in return, once again, it is drowned out by these astral winds. It's almost like this static in your mind that seems to obscure a lot of the words that are coming back to you. But the voice that you hear this time, it's the same voice, but it feels a little more alert, awake, lucid, and to some degree a little bit inquisitive. Whereas the last one was kind of aloof and almost dreamlike, this one seems intrigued. This one seems businesslike. And this is the message that you get after the garbling.
Perfect.
It does... Well, what is your passive insight, Nomad?
My passive insight. I've been reading it out loud, and it turned out I'm not pushing. But my passive insight is 14.
It... Yeah, okay. That's what you get. No additional details.
Yeah, I just tell Nordo as I hear it.
Well, that's a little bit more than we got yesterday. Thanks again, friend Nomad. Making some progress.
Anytime we can try again.
I know it's quite a drain on you. I hate to keep having you do all this for me every day, but
I
time you
think
can
I-
afford to, I sure would appreciate.
Yes, I think I am getting better at it. Practice makes perfect.
So they say.
As you
Shall
guys,
I repeat the same message each time?
I'll think about that before the next time, see if I've got any other ideas.
Very well. And then he nulls and armors up.
all right, you guys kind of get yourselves all packed up and ready to go. Nordo's got this big old stew that he kind of lowers down with a bunch of the other cargo. And you are greeted almost immediately at the docks by this group of 3 guards. There's a gnoll, a goblin, and an orc. And the goblin kind of takes the lead on this. He's got a big just scroll and a pen and a big pouch, leather pouch that is clearly full of coinage. He's like, all right, ship name.
The Flying Pussyfoot.
Flying Pussyfoot. Wonderful. Let's see. Docking fee. He looks over all of you. What do we got here? Looks kind of all of you over, and then he kind of like pretends to ruffle through some papers. It's like, that'll be 35 gold. How long you in for?
Just the afternoon, I believe. Shouldn't be too long.
All right, 35 gold, just one night. That's fine.
Do we have that in the party loot? Let me look. We do. I'll take it out of party loot.
All right. Don't cause any trouble while you're here. You know, obey the laws. Things have been, and he looks kind of over towards Moat. Things have been a little, rough lately, for your kind. I'm not gonna tell you you shouldn't be here, but just, you know, stick together. Watch your backs. Keep some of that gold handy.
I'd like to see someone try something.
Looks like
He-
Flick and Gale would like to try to talk him down.
Sure. Kind of try to talk him down. He no longer has a tongue. What happened, Gale? Where's your tongue?
I think it burnt off. He told me he's eating some very spicy sushi.
Sure, you can give me a persuasion check.
His tongue has melted. Spooky, does that mean we can't do that thing anymore?
Hmm. So Gale, you are filled with confidence because of your last visit where you claimed to be somebody very important, and it worked almost exclusively the entire time. Like 6 times in a row you were able to talk your way through this and get out of bribery fees. And this time, you don't get in any sort of trouble for it, which is a better outcome than you would expect, but you're not really able to shake him. And he seems to be taking his job a little more seriously than the people did the last time they were here. And as you're kind of talking with him back and forth, you get the impression that it's almost like when you're talking to a new employee that's being trained and their manager is over their shoulder. You kind of get a little bit of that vibe. But one way or another, if you guys take it out of party loot, he is content to move on. You guys are good for the night. You have the docks to yourselves.
Vostu lights everything on fire. That's his nature.
What? No. Not right away.
Well, you lead the way, Vasudeva. I think you're the one who knows where we're going. You and Flick.
Yeah, this Druid Cove is just right over this way.
Alright, you guys start to make your way down the docks, carrying this big, delicious smelling pot of etouffee.
For what
Can
it's
I-
worth, I do like actively try to sell that as we go, just
Sure.
to at least make up the money that I'm going to lose paying bribes.
Sure, sure.
And I will play my huobosi to draw a crowd to our delicious pops,
Ooh.
and I
Okay.
will sing a song about this delicious pops.
All right, excellent. So you already did your cooking check. It was a 19. Vasio, I guess give me a performance check to try to draw a little bit of a bigger crowd. Nordo, you would remember from last time that when you drew a lot of attention, you ended up paying another small fee for it, but you ended up making more than you paid.
Right.
But, you know.
Yeah, I'm fine with paying bribes along the way. I'm just looking to like recoup at least as much money as I spend while I walk.
Sure. So what would normally be probably like a 30-minute walk from the docks towards the kind of edge of town where it goes into this kind of swampy, marshy area, ends up taking probably the better part of like 2.5 hours. It's about 8:30. The sun is starting to go down when you finally get up to the northern edge of town. Because all along the way, you're being stopped by hungry folks who smell this very good smelling etouffee. They're attracted by the song, which is pretty good too. And we'll say, after you pay another bribe or two for not having a license to sell etouffee on a Friday, you walk away with, oh, let's see, 1 pot, 1 night, probably 15 gold or so.
Excellent.
Pretty good haul, and you showed up right at dinner time too. You get the feeling that hitting the docks right at dinner was a smart move.
I take 7.5 and give the other 7.5 to Vasi.
Excellent. When
Sweet.
When you get up to the northern side of town, though, and you kind of come to this big stone gate where once again a couple of guards stop you and they shake you down for like 1 more gold if you want to get through without any sort of a hassle. You notice that it's only been a couple weeks since you were here last, but there is just kind of this grayness, this deadness as you're looking out over what was once already pretty arid, but it was still kind of at least this cactus green. But it looks like the tips of a lot of these plants have gone from this cactus green to kind of grays and browns. It looks unhealthy, even for like a swamp or a marsh. It looks unhealthy, and significantly more unhealthy than it did the last time that you were here just a couple of weeks ago. Moat, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Now hear me out.
Uh-huh.
Persuasion.
13 is good. So you're just being very careful to...
That's perception.
Yeah, it's perception. He said he...
Persuasion. Oh yeah, I heard persuasion for some reason.
He asked if he could watch your backs, and then he's like, can I roll persuasion for it?
That-
But no, with a 13 perception, you're confident that nobody has like tried to fuck with you. You're keeping a good watch on everything. You're well armed and armored, and your whole group looks well armed and armored. But with your perception tech, you can tell that you're getting some strange looks, especially from the orcs, from the minotaurs, from the gnolls, from the goblins. You feel a little bit more out of place than you did last time, and it's not like you know, you've just shown up and you're the only human in town. That was the thing last time too. But last time people just kind of looked the other way, and this time you're getting some lingering stares. You're getting people that just kind of they glare and they scoff. You feel like you're getting more attention than usual for some reason. And
Okay.
holy shit, that does look really good.
Yeah, it looks real nice.
It's got shrimp in it.
Well, my version has crawfish instead, but similar.
Okay, I like that.
After you guys kind of make it through the northern gate, you pay the guards. The guards do warn you, it's been more dangerous than usual out here at night lately. Truthfully, I don't know if you've been in town long. Nobody's heard from the druids for some time now. We called in some more druids to go check it out a couple days ago, but haven't heard back from them yet. No funny business, alright? Watch your backs. The plants out there are mean.
Sure.
So are the animals.
I know how to deal with rowdy plants.
Do you know how to deal with rowdy plants?
Yeah, you light it on fire.
Fair enough.
Classic,
Amounts of fire.
classic Vasu.
Hey, if you want to buy some etouffee from him, you gotta tip me too.
Don't be ridiculous, Flick. Family eats for free. Make you a bowl.
Well, this entertainment ain't free.
You still might
Lean
have to
real
tip
close to
Vasu,
Flick
but-
as I play an aggressive chord.
He was like a professional.
Oh,
I also like that it ends in IER because one of the only other jobs that ends in IER is Bombardier, which is a great job.
the
They're
closest other
basically the
word
same
is,
thing
like,
too.
Yeah.
musketeer, but if it's not IER, it's double
It's
E.
double E's.
Yeah.
Hey, Feck, what is like the lighting situation in the grove as we approach?
So 8:30, sun is going down, orange sky quickly fading to blues and blacks. So it's kind of like it's not a heavily roofed forest or marsh. It's more like kind of like a Florida or Cayman Island sort of thing, where it's just the occasional tree with lots of long grass. So you have a clear view of the sky. The sunlight will continue to shine for another 5 or 10 minutes or so. And then after that, I'd have to go check the moon phase, but I believe it's like a half moon currently, so there's a little bit of light. The weather is clear.
But enough so that I'm going to be on like dim lighting and have disadvantage on everything if
Oh,
I don't reattune to my dark.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'm going to start reattuning to my dark vision goggles. Obviously, it takes an hour, but
Sure. Easy
Are we-
enough. Oh, what was that, Ace?
It was just me being teacher, but it's fine.
Okay. You guys start to follow this path that Vasu and I believe Flick, I believe you guys have both been down this path before. And there is a point, I'm probably about 25-35 minutes in, where the path ahead of you, illuminated by a little bit of moonlight, the sun has gone down at this point, is obscured by this big heap of, it looks like a fallen tree or like a weeping willow that has been kind of chopped up and then piled up into a big pile on the road. The whole pile altogether is about the size of a car, roughly. And at first it just looks like a big pile of vegetation in the middle of the road, which is kind of weird enough to begin. But then it would probably be not Nordo, because he's currently attuning to the goggles, but somebody with good perception and dark
Me.
vision. Probably, yeah, Ace or maybe Vasu. Actually, I don't think Vasu has dark vision.
I don't have dark vision,
I have
but
dark
she
vision. My perception's only +6 though, so my passive
You
is
ha-
16. I think Flick might have better.
I was going to say, Flick and
She
Gale
has
are
dark
probably
vision
pretty good
and
too.
advantage on perception.
Okay.
She
So-
was my seeing eye owl.
There you go. Perfect. There is also the literal Gloomstalker, right? And the Kobold and the Mayan Flare, both of which come from underground. The half of the party that can see in the dark, which is spelled exactly the same as the stealthy half of the party, all notice that every once in a while one of these little fronds of leaves kind of twists or moves, like an injured snake or something. In other words, this pile of vegetation has little bits of it that are moving every now and then, or twitching. And this is up in the road ahead of you, probably a good 70 or 80 feet, when you guys spot it.
Fire?
Maybe we shouldn't just start lighting stuff on fire, Vasu. As fun as it is, druids don't usually take kindly to you lighting their plants on fire.
I mean, last time I saw a moving plant, it fucked me up real good, and then I got locked in a cage, and then I met all of you assholes. So
Didn't you say that you met a little plant guy over here who did not fuck you up, which was after that?
Aren't these guys the fire druids anyway?
no, that's on Caldus.
Different druid.
hey, don't use my own anecdotes against me, pal.
And Nomad just holds up a hand and flings his mind over toward the tree and finds some sentience.
Okay.
There are any.
Yeah, so you try to focus and see if you can make some sort of connection with this thing. And you are, I don't know if pleasantly surprised is the right word for it, but you are surprised to find that there is a very small modicum of a mind there. And when you try to speak to it, what do you say?
Do not be alarmed. May we approach?
It doesn't seem to respond telepathically to you, and you don't get the sense that it really understood anything, but all of you watch as this thing kind of begins to stir and shuffle and shake a little bit. And eventually you see these twisting vines kind of form a handful of crocodile-like arms, or turtle-like or something, but much too large. And it seems to kind of stand up on these four legs and then stumble and then fall back down onto the path a couple times. But then you notice that instead of four crocodile legs, it pops out 8 long, like, octopus tentacles, and it tries to shuffle
No,
around
oh
on
no.
those. But then after a few seconds of that, it just collapses into a pile of leaves and sticks again. And then a couple more legs kind of pop up from straight under it. And this time it seems to do this awkward teetering balance long enough to kind of stand up straight. And at this point, it looks kind of like a dodo or an ostrich, except maybe 15 or 20 feet tall. And it starts to do this just frantic, shambling run in roughly your direction. But after like the first 2 or 3 steps, it trips. The whole thing lands with a spatter, and leaves and branches and little bits of rock, and you can see tiny bits of skeleton as well. Just hit the ground with a clash, and they just scatter all across the ground, and everything kind of goes quiet. And Nomad, you kind of fish around through all of that mess to see if there's any semblance of that mine still there, and you don't find anything to connect to.
It is gone. He says
You,
through his choker.
you sure it's gone? That was, seemed a lot like that tree was about to try to murder us all.
There was something there, a semblance of sentient. Not anymore. Do I know what this is? Is it nature check or an arcana check or a history check?
You could do nature or arcana. Either one would kind of work.
Okie dokie.
Oh boy, that definitely felt like some sort of transmutative magic. It felt vaguely druidic in nature, kind of similar to maybe the Awaken spell or the plant growth spell. It felt very much like some sort of conjured plant construct. It was the result of some sort of arcane interference. Notably, it does feel arcane to you as opposed to not really divine. Druidic magic is kind of its own thing. It's like a natural magic, almost, sort of.
Yeah.
Like a halfway point between arcane and divine. And this felt very much like a failed attempt at arcane magic.
Okay. Though this does affect natural matter, it seems to me more arcane in nature. This is not druid magic.
In fact, even with a 28, it almost feels a little bit more to you as you kind of study the way that you kind of take a look at some of these branches, and as you do, you can see that there's a little traced series of glyphs along one of the thicker trunks of it. And it almost feels like this was once druidic magic that has been poisoned or tampered with by arcane magic.
Oh, this was druidic magic originally, but it has been tampered, corrupted, a touch of arcane. Someone must have invaded, perhaps is the word. Infected.
Do you think it might be the crystal that they stole from Vasu?
It could be. And I go over to Vasu, Well, I don't really have to walk there. It's slightly turned towards direction. What did your letter say precisely?
My Discord is kind of cutting out. I caught a bit of that. You're asking what the letter said, right?
Yeah. What did it warn you about the crystals?
You can actually
mean-
see it under the inventory.
Yeah. Pretty much the same thing with any other, still stone. Don't move them too fast, too much. Personally, I don't feel like one this big should be moved at all, but whoever took it has found a way to do that somehow. They also definitely want me to keep other still stones or skite or whatever you want to call them away from this thing, so we should be real careful about all of our stuff.
Yes, the I don't know if Vasu mentioned having a sample. Is what I mean.
Yeah, I do. And I did.
Yeah. Okay.
I definitely mentioned that. I think we
Yeah.
actually rolled a
That
check for it at the end of the
sample.
last session.
Yeah, that sample is corrupted, right?
Yeah, it's got this blemish on it. You see?
Hmm.
I don't know what a blemish looks like on a crystal.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it is basically like an inch and a half long, faded pink stillstone or skite. But you can see that the tip of it.
Such an awful word.
Yeah, can we stop using that word? It makes me very uncomfortable.
Skite.
Stop it. You're gonna get us banned on Twitch.
We're gonna offend somebody, and they're gonna, you know, some joke about being a boomer.
This stillstone is
Thank
kind
you.
of faded pink.
God.
But you can see that the first maybe 3/4 of an inch has been just kind of turned to, as best as you can tell, lead. And Gale and Nomad have both spent enough time with lead to say, like, yeah, this is lead. It's powdery, it's kind of shiny and black and dark. It leaves this fine powder. But you can see that even in just the 2 days since you opened this package initially, it has progressed like another, I don't know, maybe 1/8 of an inch or so from what it was a couple days ago.
It is spreading. This is powerful transmutation magic, I imagine. Similar to what is on the trees, but I do not think it is related. It might be. I'm not going to rule that out.
Yeah, speaking of, now that we've seen this progressing, was it shipped in like a lead box or anything? Or do we have any way that we're preventing this from going near our other shit all the time?
It absolutely was. In fact, I think where did I write it? But it is inside of a very small metal box that is definitely lead lined. It is a tight seal. It is under lock and key. It does have just a very simple lock. Yeah, I think that is the extent of the protections there. If you like any additional things that you want to do to keep that away from your stuff, let me know about.
How heavy is the box?
The box with the stone in it is probably about the weight of a baseball or so. It's not that heavy.
Is it too heavy for Shu to carry?
No, she could carry it. It would be like all Shu could carry, but she could do it.
Yeah, I might. I just kind of want to keep it away from us a bit, too, possibly.
Sure.
I might just leave it on the ship.
All right, that's fair.
I will hide it on the ship. I will make sure that I.
Would you like it to corrupt the crystals on the ship, though?
I mean, it's lead lined.
Then we should be able to keep it with us, perhaps.
That's true.
Our magical items also have crystals in them, correct? So could it not corrupt our magical items?
Yeah, that's my concern.
Gale would not even require a check to know that once a crystal has been embedded into an object, unless you choose to make it like an ornament or like a decorative part of the item, it is sucked entirely into the object. It's effectively safe from the outside world until you pull it back out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess we can carry it.
Unless you choose to leave it like half embedded out. Like if you want to have crystals in your tiara, that can be a thing that you can do.
My concern is this thing that you have right now might be dangerous, and it is safer in our hands than sitting on the ship where anyone. But yes,
Yeah, okay.
Gale's collection of stones is also on the ship. Probably better keep away from that.
Let us expedite this excursion. Is that what we're doing here? Excursing.
Alright. So you guys kind of make your way forward along this path. And there are a couple more points where, just kind of off to the sides, you hear all sorts of wildlife and birds and things kind of splashing in the water. You pass by some just sort of long grass and cattails, where you can see the shimmering moonlight off of little swamps and marshes. You're walking along this kind of raised path that is tall enough to not be, sunken into this marsh. Yeah, what's up, Nomad?
Yeah. Nomad just asks Nordo if he's going to talk to animals just in case?
Well, I can stop that as soon as I finish getting these goggles on. I can't see a damn thing right now.
Oh,
Sorry,
that's
my
fair.
mic was not by my face.
Oh, there, that explains a lot. I was gonna
Uh,
say.
As soon as I finish putting these goggles on, I can do that, but I can't see a damn thing at the moment. But once I'm done with that, I'll work on that.
Yeah, should someone cast a light or something?
See what exactly?
Anything. It's dark out here and I don't have my goggles on.
What do they need you to do?
I was going to work on talking to animals like I do, but I got to focus
I
on
can
my
do some
goggles.
basic communication in less than a minute.
Do we want a light?
Yeah, like, are we trying to be stealthy here, or are we just going forward announcing our presence?
I say
It's
if
up
we
to
want a
you.
light, we can make that happen.
I think I'm going to keep working on my goggles either way, just in case we need them.
I use my ranger shit to communicate basic feelings and emotions and thoughts with animals. And I'm going to see if I can find an animal around here to find out if there's anything like maybe just the source of where this is coming from.
Okay. Give me a. I guess this could be either like a survival if you're trying to just sort of pin an animal, or animal handling if you're trying to approach one kind of calmly and get it to be okay with you and talk to it for a bit, briefly. So either animal handling or survival.
I'll try animal handling and see what happens.
All right. So there is a little bend in this hill, and you can see that just kind of. Oh, what would it be? What would it be here? Yeah, so there is just kind of curled up in the little crook where the path bends. At first, it just looks like a bush or some sort of a dying plant, something a little bit withered. But you can see that there is a big eye staring out from behind it. A little too large to be like a dog, a little too small to be a horse. And when it makes eye contact with you, at first you can see that it gets real nervous, but you're real careful to just kind of approach cautiously. And you use some of your ranger tricks to convey that you mean it no harm and that you just want to sort of speak with it. And it lets you get a little bit closer, and as you poke your head under it, you can see that it is some sort of dinosaur. I guess give me a nature check. And yeah, go and give me a perception check for sure real quick. Excellent.
Nat
That's a
20.
nat 20. You have probably actually run across one or two of these in your travels with Nomad. This is a young-looking Dilophosaurus. It's kind of got this frill that it's holding back. It looks a little scared, but it's protecting a nest, and you can see that there are a couple of eggs tucked under it that it's keeping warm. Your ranger thing doesn't let you actually speak with them, but you can kind of convey emotions back and forth. You get the sense that it is scared. It's timid. It's protecting its nest. But it understands that you and your party mean it no harm. When it kind of gets that feeling, it seems to be suddenly very relaxed. You're very big, and the fact that you're on its team helps it to sort of feel less intimidated. You get the feeling that this is a creature that feels very threatened at all times, and having something big nearby to protect it makes it feel a little bit safer.
If it helps at all, I do make calming noises of that creature with my mimic ability, kind of
Absolutely.
like convey that I don't need.
Yeah, you can see that at first it kind of like starts to stick the frills out and it makes this low rumbling noise, but then as soon as you start to kind of, just converse with it, it seems to relax a little bit and it lets its head down and it seems to kind of rest a little bit. You're not really able to communicate it or communicate with
Can
it.
I try to convey like where is danger?
Sure. It's a little bit of a reach. This thing is clearly afraid of all sorts of stuff around it. It's very small. It's very exposed. But it does seem to be more afraid of the water and kind of deeper in. Like when the rest of your party starts to move forward along this path, you can see that its heart rate kind of elevates. You get the sense that it suddenly looks a little bit stressed. It looks concerned for you and for your safety. So it seems to be most timid about the water and about deeper in the direction that you guys are going.
Looks like we should stay away from water and be cautious as we go deeper. This creature seems to at least not like those things. So I do pull out some like jerky and I give it some jerky as like a thanks.
Yeah, it definitely seems to appreciate that. It kind of scoops it over to itself and begins to kind of nibble on that. As you guys start to kind of push on, you do notice that all around you, just a little twinkle here at first and then there, but soon there's more and more and more of these shining, shimmering green lights of lightning bugs that seem to just come almost instantly over the course of about 20 or 30 seconds into full force all around you. And then probably about 30 or 40 seconds after all of these lights start to go on all around you, you start to hear the pings of bats. And every now and then you'll feel something kind of brush by you. You'll watch as a couple of the lights flicker and disappear suddenly. However, after another 10 or 15 minutes or so, basically right as Nordo is finishing his attunement to the goggles, you do see off in the distance a little wooden archway with a sign suspended between it from a couple of chains, just like you remember from before. And you are here.
Is this Sylvan?
So once I'm attuned to the goggles, I will go ahead and start casting Speak with Animals. Still takes another 10 minutes, though.
Okay.
The sign. We see Toto's correction.
What
do.
language is this in again?
Let me double check the thing real quick, and let me make sure I've got everything shown here.
It's so pretty.
Yes, they're like fireflies.
As you guys do approach, just like last time, you see that coming out of the tree is a tiny little woodwode who seems to look at all of you and just kind of watches you approach. But let me go pull up notes real quick.
Have I ever seen a woodwode before?
Give me a nature check. You could do Arcana, but it would be harder.
They're both like the same thing, so.
Yeah, nature will give you a better shot then. You probably never interacted with one, but in your study, in your ranger studies, it's very likely that you have at least heard of druidic magic. You may have worked with a druid before, and you'd be aware of the concept of a woodwode. It's basically the natural equivalent of a golem or a construct. It's somewhere between a construct and like an awakened plant.
Do I feel like my
intermediate step.
ranger ability to speak with animals would work with this, or no?
It's not an animal. It's somewhere between a plant and a construct.
Okay. I'm going to see and check if it knows languages at least.
Same.
Gentle mind probe.
Alright.
Hello.
It does look to you. It seems to recognize that you're the one making contact with it, but it does not respond.
It recognizes our contact, but it is not responding mentally or otherwise.
I'm going to try like one of each of my languages, be like, hello, how are you? And just see if it responds to any of those.
It kind of like cocks its head to the side. I don't know, it looks a little bit confused, but it's just kind of staring, unblinking at all of you as you talk to it, and, you know.
I try Sylvan as well, since I learned a little bit from Elise.
Yep. It still just kind of looks at you. It seems to recognize that you're addressing it, but it doesn't seem to understand or respond. But as you're doing that, you hear a voice from behind you, from a tree kind of over in this direction. And it says, "Oh, you're not going to get much use out of that one. It doesn't talk. Doesn't talk one bit." And you see kind of, you hear the sound of wings flapping and water kind of splattering on the little swamp behind it. And you see some ripples as stepping up out of that little lake is a goose.
Is this goose...
Been trying for 2 days. He doesn't do nothing useful.
What language is this goose speaking?
Just common.
Clear goose guava juice.
Hello, Sir Goose.
My name is not Sir Goose, but it does start with Sir. Very astute. It's a good guess. Could guess that one.
Give me a hint. I would love to guess your name.
It starts with a G. You're on the right track.
Sir Gerald.
No. but it has an R.
Ooh. George? Sir
God.
George?
No. No. You'll be guessing all day. You'll never get it. Sir Archibald. Sir Archibald Grumpy Bottom. What's your name?
Oh,
My name is Ace.
Ace. That's
Ace?
a very short name. Does your master not love you much?
No, he does not.
That's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. What is going on in these woods? It seems out of balance or something.
Haven't a clue. These light bugs are tasty, very trusting. They'll come right up to you and let you eat them. I haven't a clue, though. My master went in that way to find out what was going on. There was some sort of mystery with these woods. Left me to stand guard, and here I stand. With that one.
Who is your master?
Miss Alyssa Meary.
Does that sound familiar to anyone in the party?
Blah. Nomad, give me 2 luck checks.
oh man. Okay. Here's the first one. Here's the second one.
Nope, nobody has a clue who that is.
Should have been not passed it.
Oh, you could
Or
certainly
you're
try.
correct.
They did, but they had to beat up some of that thing's friends. I couldn't tell. That one was not happy with it. He's a nasty man. He doesn't speak, but he's nasty.
How long ago did your master pass through?
Oh, it's been 2 or 3 days, I imagine. I valiantly stood watch that whole time.
So valiant and honorable you are. Why did she go in there? Is she one of the druids?
Yes, she calls herself a druid. She walks with many others she calls druids. I believe that's right. A druid.
Can I look for tracks and see how recently any humanoids have gone through here?
Sure. Give me a survival check.
With advantage, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's humanoids. Your class says yes. Not that you need it. You take a very close look around, and you can tell that there is definitely some recent traffic, probably 2 or 3 days ago. You see that there is a group of, it looks like 4 humanoids, all human, or at least human-ish. There might be some half-elves in there or something like that. But they walk through here, and you can see that just, you can see it without having to go past it, but just a little bit past this sign, there are some signs of a scuffle, and it was very brief, and you can actually tell with the nat 20, it wasn't very physical. In other words, you get the feeling that a few spells were cast, a little bit of running was done, but it was over almost immediately after it started, and then they continued off in that direction.
You were told to stand guard, correct?
Standing guard.
For what?
I don't know. You, I suppose. You must be the people I was standing guard for.
So we cannot pass? You will not let us?
What is your purpose?
We just...
Good.
We are just looking for the druids. Trying to find out where they went. We have to talk to them. Nothing bad.
It's a very convenient excuse. I think you may be simply bouncing what I want to hear back at me.
But how would I know what you want to hear if I do not know you?
I'm a clever man, and you're a clever man. We're both clever birds, birds of a feather. Tell me again.
Aw.
Tell me something different. Why are you here?
You know,
Well-
they say the birds of a feather flock together, and we're just here to talk to them.
How did you know of my master?
We don't. You just told us about him.
Exactly. I knew it. This is why she
We're
keeps
looking
me
for-
around. I'm clever.
We're not looking for your master. We're looking for the other druids who live here.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Well,
We know nothing about them. Do you know anything about them?
I don't. Except that these animals seem to dislike them. It's a little hard for me to tell. When I was awakened, some sort of connection to my normal animal form was severed, which may be for the best, because I've been having a lot of conflicting thoughts about those geese over there.
They don't look as cool as you. That's for sure.
Thank you. Their names are much shorter than mine, too. Their masters must
They-
not love them very much.
Not at all. We did speak to one creature, and he said that the water was dangerous. Is there something in the water?
Oh, terrible things. Terrible things in all of the water. Those geese, for instance.
That must be what he was talking about.
Also the crocodiles.
More likely the geese. Crocodiles are not as bad as those geese over there. Look at them. They think they're so good.
Too good. Snobby, terrible creatures.
Not as honorable and as proud as you, though. You look like your master loves you very much.
Yes, of course. That's the long name.
But your master's been gone for a while. Perhaps, if you would, we can go find your master together.
It's very
If
brave.
I had a goose as wonderful and loved as you, I would love it if I was found by you.
Give me a persuasion check.
Shit.
Heck, can you do a double?
Fuck!
What's that, Trey?
Can you do a dub of Hot to Full Boyfriend for me?
God. Maybe someday
You
if I'm
do a
paid.
very good Okusan.
I don't know any of the characters. I know the game, but I don't know the characters. But something tells me it would be a good fit.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
No, I'm sorry. I can't allow myself to be swayed from my cause. I must stand guard here where I am needed.
You are correct. You know what? If I find your master, I will tell them how much of a great job you've been doing.
I appreciate
And
it.
they will love you more and give you a longer name.
Oh, I can't imagine a longer name.
I know. How would you even remember it?
Oh, are you challenging my memory? I remember all sorts of things.
You have a great memory, but how could you remember 100 names? I could
100
only
names?
remember 10.
I can certainly remember at least more than 10. Bob, James,
What in a
Terrence, Alyssa, Samson, Kiera, William, Bob. Oh, I said Bob.
We must move on.
Yes.
you are truly a magnificent goose.
Thank you. And he gives a
Your
little
master
goose bow.
is most honored by having you at his side. Or her side.
Anyway, proceed at your own caution. Like I said, that thing is nasty. Terrible creature.
Anything that might help us get through by him.
Fire.
Oh, but fire is so scary. We'll see what we can do. Thank you. You have been most honorable.
All right. Nomad, what's up? Or is that
no.
earlier?
No. That was earlier.
All right, Norda.
I imagine at this point I'm about done with my speak with animals spell.
Yeah.
And I see Ace just talking to a goose without needing any magic.
Yeah, for the record, this goose is just speaking common out loud.
So I figure he's got that handled. And I start going from firefly to firefly and just asking, looking for a real big shiny rock. You seen something like that?
Oh my god. Give me an animal handling check. So you try to start like trying to find one of these fireflies that is willing to stop for even like a brief moment to talk to you. And as soon as your animal handling goes off, it is just this terrible cacophony of fireflies screaming like, "Let's fuck quick so we don't get eaten," and then bats being like, "Oh, it's feeding time, let's eat them," and it's like it's a fucking war zone. And it's, God, with the 15, what you're asking for? What a large rock?
Yeah, I'm asking if anyone's seen Vasudeva's giant stillstone.
Gotcha.
Some gnolls came through here dragging around a big old rock on a cart. You seen it?
Oh boy, let me see.
I'll ask the bats too. I'll inform them all that I'm impartial to their conflict.
So you're just they're way too involved with like trying to eat or not get eaten in this brief frantic window that has opened up. Even the ones that are willing to stop for even like a second or two to talk to you don't seem to know anything about this big rock.
Okay.
You're just not able to get anything terribly useful from any of these fireflies or bats.
After I get done realizing that was fruitless, I walk over towards the goose and just say, in goose, you still speak the mother tongue?
It's a little rusty, but I think I do.
Don't know how much my little friend has told you, but we're looking for a big old magic rock that some gnolls brought through here maybe a couple weeks ago. Not entirely sure how long.
Quick question,
anything
hate
about
to
that?
interject. Do we know it's gnolls? I assumed it was elves.
I think that Fiero saw gnolls checking a cart. I think.
Sounds right.
In fact, don't make me hate gnolls.
Listen, man.
With your racism, painting elves,
You know,
painting elves.
you know that the name of my game is Double Subversion. Knolls and a large rock. No, I can't say that I've seen any, and I've been stalwart in my guard. With that said, they may have come before I showed up. I've only been here a few days.
Very well then. Do you know what your master's business was here?
There's something wrong with the druids here. They said there was some sort of sickness, and the city was in trouble, and people were becoming violent, and they needed to restore order because there was some sort of attack.
Very well then.
I told you it was a druid sickness.
Does anything seem off about this Woodwode? Like, I know a little bit about them, but does he seem like blighted or like he has any like rot or anything abnormal about him?
Sure, give me your choice of an insight check or a nature check. You could also, I guess, try medicine, but it's not. It'd be like a shitty nature.
I'm an inquisitor. Insight's my best stat.
Okay. So as you are kind of trying to get a closer look at this Woodwode, under the guise of like trying to see if it's healthy or if it's infected, you notice a couple of things about it. The first that you notice is that it appears very healthy, and in fact, it seems to be able to occasionally draw power from the environment around it. There's a point where like a bat kind of slams into it, and it chips off a little bit by luck. And you look over, and he kind of just touches the tree next to him, and you watch as very rapidly that little bit of bark on his shoulder kind of regrows. And it regrows healthy. It regrows very clean, very vibrant, even in the moonlight. So it appears to be healthy. It appears to be in good cognitive function. It has good balance. It's watching all of you. But as you're watching it real closely, these tiny little beady black eyes that seem kind of unwavering and just blankly staring through your party, you notice that its eyes kind of move to whoever is talking about the most interesting thing. It seems to be listening. It seems to be understanding.
Really
Even
quick.
when Nordo is speaking in animal.
It didn't seem to understand the goose speak, no.
With a 13 in insight, is this goose deceiving me?
That's what your
Specifically,
lower
like-
insight.
Basically, just like with the business his masters are here for, how long he's been here, whether he knows anything about the rock.
The goose may be overstating his stalwartness. You get the feeling that maybe he spent a little bit of time just napping and snoozing and swimming in the pond. But you don't think that he is misleading you on himself or his nature or the nature of his masters or why they were here.
Got it.
Ace.
I kind of motion towards my head and whistle to like Nomad.
Yes.
This Woodwode seems to be listening to everything we say. Perhaps tell everyone in the party not to speak of why we're truly here. Maybe it has a master that can listen through him, much like you guys can listen through your animal.
Noted. I telepathically convey this to everyone,
Yeah, it takes
one by one.
10-15 seconds, but you're able to kind of relay that thought to everybody else.
Well, friend Nomad, can you communicate with it if it's capable of listening?
It understands me, but it does not respond mentally.
Understood. Well, should we just press on, I suppose? Can I look around for, like, cart tracks that are weak salt?
Yes, and I believe actually those were found last time too. It's
Oh,
easy
were they?
enough with Ace and his survival check earlier, and you can probably confirm it with one of your own, that there are definitely some cart tracks fairly, like, within the past month that go through
Okay.
here. With that said, actually, both of you would be able to tell that there are, like, lots of cart tracks. There are some that are within a month or so, but there are definitely others that are much older. In other words, this appears to be a fairly well-trafficked road, including cart traffic.
That makes sense. Someone once told me you can get anywhere in the world from Thorngrove.
What is the language on the sign here?
It is written in Common, Goblin, Orcish, and Druidic. In light of recent attacks, the Druids of Thorngrove Grotto ask for no visitors. Furthermore, travel beyond this point is strictly prohibited and dangerous. The grotto's flora and fauna are in a state of self-defense and wariness, and until they can be calmed, trespassers are in severe peril.
Also, I think Nomad already asked this, but I didn't hear the answer. Are Toto's edits to that sign still visible?
They are. They're kind of like wood burned in there. And I forget exactly what those edits are. I have them written down somewhere. Where did they go? But they are still there.
Okay.
It looks like there was a battle here, so if we try to push forward, it looks like this tiny fellow might become an enemy.
Does seem that way. I hate to kill things so little, but we do have business to attend to.
The goose did say that they fought and ran, and clearly this person did not pursue too far. Could always try to run past, but it does seem dangerous, seeing as how the animals and plants here are hostile.
I'm kind of with Vasudeva on that note.
You said this is similar to a golem. Does that mean that it's life created, but not like actual life?
It means that it is an artificial life. It is real life, but it's not something that you can just go walk around and find a wood woad growing naturally. It is something that is created, particularly by druids.
Do they have free will?
Give me an Arcana check. Did you already do it? You did a check for this. What was it?
I did
It was a really good Arcana check too, I think.
I didn't do Arcana. I did, I think, Survival? Or no, was it Nature? It was a 14 for Nature.
That's right. Go and give me an Arcana check then. You're not entirely sure of the details. It seems to be sentient and aware and capable, but you're not sure if it is subservient to another creature, or how that loyalty works, or how long it lasts, or anything like that.
Gale, Nomad, and Vasu, you guys all have familiars. Does this seem like similar magic? I hate to kill something so innocent if he's just doing a duty, but if he's also just lacking of free will, it's hard to really feel anything for.
He's a combination of construct and life, it seems.
Why do we always have to kill everybody? Why can't we just, like, tie it up?
I never said I wanted to kill him. I was just going to light him on fire.
This
probably
kills
kill it.
things.
I mean, only
I
if they
do not-
stay on fire. That's their problem.
Vasi, you have vast issues.
I don't have issues. You have issues.
I do. I admit that.
It
Yeah, I
seems
got
that tree is what gives it life, perhaps. Perhaps it's tied to that tree. Maybe we can just move past the tree, and if we go far enough, he will not follow.
Yeah, I was about to say, I am just going to step past the sign and see how it reacts.
Oh boy, let me see here.
Poorly.
Yeah, real talk. I'm not going to light anything in here on fire because I don't want
Yay.
to start a forest
Mine-
fire in a druid grove.
Right. My intention being, like, I take a step through, and if he turns and starts swinging at me, I step back and see if he just literally is, like, on a programmed attack anything that walks through the gate mode.
Yeah, so as you kind of step through and you kind of push your way through that little chain there, you do notice that he kind of like takes a real aggressive stance. He puts a foot forward and he lifts his big club arm in your direction. It looks like he's giving some sort of a warning gesture.
Step back.
He kind of like slowly lowers his arm, but he's watching you.
I have an idea that might perhaps work.
Side note, this thing is like a quarter the size of each of you. You don't think he can... He's a pretty small dude.
If we don't wish to kill him, I have another idea. I have this handy new bow with a fairly useful secondary action, which can cause darkness around whatever it hits, be it him or the tree.
Excellent. Well, the issue isn't that like we don't think we can take it. It's just it's small and we've already endeared
I mean,
ourselves.
whatever druids walk past it just literally walked past it, it looks like, right? Why don't we just
No,
keep
earlier
going?
there was a battle above here. It looks like magic was used.
And this guy's all that's left after all that?
All that we see. Can I walk next to like one of these other trees over here and see if there's anything?
Yeah.
Other woads?
Sure. Give me either perception or investigation. You take a look around at a couple of these other trees, and you don't notice other woads, but you do see along the ground next to the base, there are places that match his little stubby log foot sizes, where it looks like something has walked up to the tree and then kind of disappeared into it or popped out of it. I mean, you've seen him do it from that tree over there. It just kind of looks like maybe sometimes he does these trees over here, too.
Either that or there's more. It's up to you guys. I don't really care, I guess. Fasu, this is all you. So, what are we doing?
Oh, I'm not leaving here till I get some sort of answers.
I know, but
Yeah,
how are we
talk-
dealing with Woodwoe? Should I just cast darkness on him and have it so he cannot see us and we just move on past him?
I kind of stepped away for a bit. Did he swing at Nomad when he or Norda when he walked
He looked
past?
like he was going to, and I just stepped back through, and he put his weapon away.
I will. For now, I'm gonna send Shu up, and I already rolled for it earlier, and I got a 12, so it's probably not gonna give me anything good.
Oh,
But
right.
I'm just gonna.
Was that with advantage because it's vision?
I'm just gonna like have him stay within that 100 feet so he can communicate with me. I'm just gonna kind of like fly around,
Yeah.
get a bird's eye view, and see if he sees anything further into this grove.
Yeah,
Like any dead knolls or carts or big crystals or any signs of like tussles or disturbances or anything.
for sure. With that 12, he kind of does a little bit of a lap around, and the big thing that he
Actually,
finds...
what was the roll? Because he has advantage on.
I was going to say, did he have advantage?
He has advantage on perception checks. I can't. I'm looking for the
Yeah, it should be
roll.
a 21.
Sick. Yeah, it's 21.
Okay, awesome. With the 21 then, the big thing that he spots is that just a little bit up ahead, kind of down a little hill, is a very large skeleton. It appears to be a dragon that is mostly overgrown with plants, but its mouth is kind of propped and pulled open. There is some sort of pathway that goes down into it. The only thing that is super interesting that he spots, aside from a bunch of fireflies and bats and the occasional small animal, is that there are two little patches of something right in front of the mouth here. And from far away it's a little hard to tell, but they almost look like purple flames or like little hazy clouds of gas or something. It's just some sort of blurry, fuzzy purple spots near the ground on either side of this entryway. From high up in the air, it's a little hard to tell what it is. But there's clearly some sort of like special effect to it. It's like either hazy or blurry or magical or something.
All right. I'll tell him to get a little closer to the ground and take a closer look if he can. Even
Sure.
if it means getting out of that 100 feet range. Then
Uh,
come back and report.
let me check a thing.
I can roll like stealth on him if you want me to.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a stealth check. In fact, with advantage, there's a bunch of bats that are all the exact same size as him that he can blend in with. With that said, though, 10... As he is trying to kind of blend in with all these bats and get a little bit closer so we can try to figure out what those are, he notices that even when he gets a lot closer, the shape of this thing is still blurry. But eventually he realizes that it is some sort of a plant or a flower, but it's like he's looking at it through a foggy mirror. It seems to have some sort of a natural, either illusory or disguise effect that just makes it look blurry. It reminds you a little bit of the blur spell or the mirror images spell, or I don't know if Vasu has seen a Displacer Beast, but something kind of like that. But when he kind of focuses his eyes and looks through and is able to make out that there is some sort of a flowery shape under this blurry patch, I need a wisdom saving throw from Shu.
Oh no.
From back where you're standing, Vasu, you feel this kind of like creeping tension threaten to sever the connection between you and Shu. And for a second, all of you hear the sound of a bat suddenly call out in pain. You kind of fight and you maintain this connection to Shu. And when you reconnect, you can see that Shu has basically pinned a bat by the neck, like an owl attacking a bat, and has kind of pinned it to the ground and taken a big chunk out of the side of this bat's neck. But then he seems to realize that he's like done something unusual, and he looks down and he lets go of the bat and he flies back to you real fast.
You hungry, little guy?
He kind of conveys that like it doesn't know what came over it. It wasn't in control of itself. He thinks it has something to do with those weird flowers by the mouth.
I don't like that. I'm gonna have to be right back again real quick though.
All right.
But I will tell what Shu told me about those plants and to probably stay away from them if we go further in there.
My only concern leaving this Wood friend alive is he's been listening to everything we're saying. I'm a little concerned he's going to get a message to somebody higher up.
I guess it depends on how the Jews are feeling. If they're sick and want help, it might be one way. If they're sick and are violent, it could be another.
Oh, this particular one seems violent. I don't get the impression they're rushing up here to meet with us.
Should we meet them halfway?
I step up to the woodward and I just say, hey, little guy, tell your masters we just want to meet and we don't want to trespass, but we need to talk to somebody who's been around here a while.
Give me persuasion, unless you're very actively lying, in which case give me deceptive. Like, I feel like it's halfway between that.
I feel like it's totally true.
Sure, that's fair. You do notice that as soon as you kind of like turn your shoulders in its directions, or in its direction, it immediately kind of like takes a step back and it puts its hand against the tree right next to it. But it stops when you start talking to it and it listens, and then it kind of sinks into the tree and disappears.
So I'm sure I have mega disadvantage on this, but can I do like an insight check? Is he going to go do what I asked him to do?
Can I also do an insight check?
Sure.
Since it's like
Yeah, Ace, you've been reading this thing for several minutes. You can do one too. Nordo, it's a little bit hard to tell. Ace. Wow, that's a really high roll.
it's almost a nat 20.
I was going to say. This one, Ace, you actually get a little bit of help from circumstance here, because as you're trying to read its expressions, it's blank, it's narrow, it's non-human, it's really hard to tell, but you hear just a very faint sound of wood cracking, and you see just a little shadow that runs from this tree way over here down into this passageway.
Which tree? I didn't see it. After he goes into the tree?
Yep, like almost immediately after he goes into that tree.
Looks like he might be doing it. Looks like he might have popped up way over there. Let's just, I guess, wait a little bit and see what happens. Good job,
Yeah,
Dorno.
it's just-
We might have circumvented a lot of issues, or made it worse. We'll find out.
Yes, possibly. Maybe I made it a whole lot worse if he's going down there to say there are people knocking on the door.
He could have done that at any time, though. But it seems like he maybe cares about his masters and might be trying to do its best. We'll see.
I am going to stand behind cover.
Could I climb up in one of these trees with my tiny bird body?
Yeah, do you have a... You don't have a climb speed or anything, but, like, give me an
I do not, but I have
check.
acrobatics. Could I give you acrobatics?
What
I'll
are these trees?
I'll do like a gymnast, like and like.
So, okay, the general rule is that you can't make a task harder to make it easier. It's going to come down to whether these trees have things that can be acrobatics up as opposed to just a straight climb.
I see a whole bunch of branches on this tree.
But yes, as you see, a lot of them are kind of like weeping willows and stuff that have a lot of branches that you can kind of jump between instead of just doing a sheer climb up a tall trunk like a redwood. It's going to be a harder DC, but you're better at it. You could give me acrobatics if you want.
Yeah, it's a -3 versus a 7, so...
Yeah. Fortunately, most of these trees are pretty short, and they have a lot of early branches that you can try to climb up. It takes you a little bit of work. You're kind of short. You're not very strong, but with a little boost from somebody, you can kind of scramble your way up one of these shorter trees, and you get yourself maybe 15 feet off the ground. It gives you a little bit of a better vantage point here. And about the time that you get to the top of that tree, you start to hear, and so does pretty much everyone else, this very faint wooden knocking noise, like a wooden drum. This kind of just low thunk, 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 coming from to your north, from the dragon's mouth. And as you hear this thunk, you watch as the lights of these fireflies start to kind of flicker one or two last times and then go out in this wave coming out from the skeleton. And
Can I make a
like-
stealth check?
Yeah, you can try to like hide in the tree there, get a little bit of cover there if you want.
Is this like these fireflies are all like dropping dead, or they're turning their lights out?
As the wave of lights going out gets to you, you do see that they're still flying around. They just are spooked by something. They are turning off their lights. They don't want to do whatever this is about to be.
Do I still have spirit animals up?
You do. And you would probably hear a whole bunch of lightning bugs saying like, oh, get away, get to safety, time's up, let's go.
How dark is it here? Is it darkness?
It is darkness. There's like a little bit of moonlight, but it's darkness.
Okay, I just want to know because I'm stealthing and then my gloomstalker shit.
Yeah, anything that relies on dark vision to see you will not see you.
I step back a little bit and look to Moat and Flick and Basu, and I'm just like, I don't think I better do the talking.
Find the defensive position.
All
I
right.
stay right where I am, and actually don't draw my weapon yet, because I'm the one who said this should be a peaceful thing.
Yeah, I'll stand over here by this tree.
You do see that Archibald kind of gets in a circle with you guys, puts his wings up. But as you guys kind of wait and listen, you hear this resounding wooden drum tick a few more times, and you can see the water in the marsh right next to you, and even a little bit farther beyond, begins to ripple and shimmer in time with that drum. And then in the moonlight, those of you with dark vision can just barely make out shapes rising up from the water. At first it kind of just looks like cattails and fronds, but then you can see little bits of bone as creatures. There's a set of antlers that rises up from the waters over to your west right here. There is something crawling on all fours like an alligator to your east over here. Something with two long curled boar tusks rises from the water over here.
The geese!
And something with a big long sail along its back and a couple of fins from the side of its heads pops up over here. And they all start crawling and hissing and snaking their way towards you. And that will be initiative.
Ruh-roh.
How do the geese act? Are the geese over there being assholes, or are they just being...
Those geese seem to run away, but one very brave goose stays with you in formation.
Fuck that guy. Oh, not that one. I'm sorry. I'll be right back real quick.
Yeah, I cut out for a second.
Oh, 20. I rolled 19 there. Hi, Elise.
Give me a second. My computer is being an asshole right now.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Okay, those are real long range. Excellent. All right, let me get initiative from Yule. Vasu's AFK for a second. Flick is still working.
Gale, where's all your health at?
On my other character sheet.
Oh shit, fuck. Hang on.
You got a nat 20 for 20.
Welcome back.
What are we rolling initiative for?
Fighting.
Hooray!
So descript. This wooden drumming noise seems to have drummed up a bunch of plant bone animal creatures from the swampy water all around you. All the
Gross.
fireflies got real scared and they turned out their lights and ran away. And they seem to be slithering up from the water toward you.
I don't seem to be on the map.
Drag yourself into them.
Don't tell me how to live my life.
Did you fall asleep?
Oh.
He said he was going to be right back.
Alright. This is a delicious fireball fucking target right here.
Now's the time.
Delicious.
Betray
If you
the
put
party.
it here, you can catch my tree on fire.
Yeah, I don't have a fireball, by the way. It's pedestrian.
He uses pedestrian orb explosion. It kills all pedestrians instantly.
All right,
I am-
So
Oh yeah, what's up?
I was away for a second there. I think this question goes without saying, but do these creatures appear hostile?
They do. They seem to be creeping towards you. Some of them are snapping their jaws. It almost looks like the skeletons of animals that have been intertwined with vines and are now being animated by those vines.
Gotcha.
But they are definitely approaching, looking pretty hungry and nasty, or at least as nasty and hungry as a skeleton can be.
I'm sorry I ratted us out to the enemies, guys.
Yule, you are the first to react as you see all of these things spring to life around you. What would you like to do?
Don't cast any spells on me yet. I'm not missing any health.
Immediately cast all of my spells on Nordo.
Also, is Patches out? Yeah, there he is. I see him.
Yeah. I'm gonna. I'm gonna take a couple steps in, so I'm not right on the edge.
All right.
And fuck, what do I want to do? Okay, when does Patches go? Does he go at the same time as me? Is it?
Yeah, you guys are always on the same initiative.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's like combined or if it's I have to go and then he has to go.
Yeah, so right now you guys are separated, which means Patches is just Patches. But if you want him to combine, you can go ahead and do that real quick at the start of combat.
I thought he still was.
He broke it last session because everybody thought that he killed you, and he wanted to prove that you weren't dead.
Oh.
But if you want to reconnect real quick, that's totally fine.
Yes.
All right.
Because Nordo can't even do his own, like, he can't get his bonus if we're not connected, right?
You can do it even if you're disconnected. It's just what.
Oh, I thought it said if he.
Yeah,
it's only if he's connected.
Yeah, the only distinction is that while you're not connected, Patches is literally just a kid who shares your health pool. He has no special talents unless he's connected to you.
Sure. Then I'll connect him.
All right, you watch as Patches and Yule kind of merge, and Yule kind of turns into this ethereal, ghost-like visage of herself that stands over Patches.
What?
A stand.
Are you Patch's stand? Or did you
I'm
guys
a
do like
weeb,
the
so no.
dance? Which anime trope is this?
It's not the JoJo one.
It's
the
Dragon
one where
Ball
they
Z,
do that
the-
like tiny
Dragon-
dance thing and then touch
Dragon Ball Z
hands.
fusion.
Yeah.
Ah.
Because that's way cuter because they made that furry version of it and I thought it was really cute.
It was pretty cute.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It's great.
Find it and show it to me.
Okay. And then I'm going to. Wait, is that an action to do that?
You can do it for free at the start of combat because you weren't aware you weren't connected. That's fine.
Okay. I'm gonna go and use my bonus action to give candy to. Give it to Moat because I like him.
All right, Kazooie hucks some candy to Moat, while Banjo.
Hey, Nordo said don't do anything to him, so I don't want to hear it.
Just not spells. It's okay. I like Moat too.
You guys.
I actually don't know what action I want to do. I think I'll hold off for a second.
I was gonna say dodge is always safe.
Yeah, I'll just dodge.
All right, you are still pretty squishy. All right, Nomad.
Well. Alright, we're going to fight me very well. I love this song you linked, by the way, Mo.
It's so good.
Oh, I can't
Yeah.
click it because I'm on stream. What is it?
I'll telegram it to you.
Sick.
It's only like 3 minutes long though, isn't it?
The second one isn't just an hour long, don't worry.
Oh, perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, so yeah, no. Nomad produces his orb, and the air shimmers around him shatters, turns into this whirling blades. And I choose slashing damage as he is called to arms. And that's 3 attacks. Why do my attacks with this always suck? 11, 10, 13
11, 10,
on the
13.
creeping gator.
All right, I think the 13 might hit, but let me go check real quick. Yeah, you summon all 3 of these weapons, and all 3 of them. You said you picked slashing.
Slashing.
You kind of cleave into this thing, and you see little bits of moss and swamp life matter just kind of get carved away from this thing, but you don't seem to make any impact on the vines or the bones or the main bulk of it. It looks like that all missed.
I'm gonna move. I want to be within AoE range with everyone else of my.
Boy, I sure do wish I had a fireball right about now.
Right.
All right,
Tempting.
Nordo.
Alright. I'm gonna grab my battle axe. I'm gonna start charging up towards this creeping elk. And I'm gonna not rage yet. I'm just gonna attack. Recklessly, of course.
Are you certain you don't want the
I'm
resistance?
always certain.
Can you reckless without rage?
Yeah.
It's a hit either way. Okay, cool. 22, you slash into this thing, and you basically carve off a huge chunk of the side of its skull and one of its big antlers. Follow up with a 19 for another 6 bludgeoning damage for a total of 17 damage. Yeah, you kind of get a good spot where you can wedge between the two antlers, and then you crack sideways with your battle axe, and a big split runs all the way down the front of its skull, and half of it sloughs off. But the remnants of it, you can see underneath all of the bone, there is just this swirling mass of plant life that kind of adjusts and starts to take control of what remains.
With a passive perception of 17, do I see the source of that, like, drumming, thundering sound that was coming from the dragon?
You can definitely hear that it is coming from the dragon's mouth, and it seems to be getting closer to the surface. In other words, you're hearing more of it and less of its echoes.
Got it. That's it.
And actually, it is almost as you're looking over there that you see the woodwode drumming its two hands together step out. And then...
Was that dude making all that noise by just drumming his hands together?
Seems to be.
What a hard ass.
And he continues to do that as he kind of runs over to this tree, whoop, hops into this tree, and pops out right next to Vasu. And then the drumming stops just long enough for him to drum on Vasu twice.
Bring it, you fucking
16
twig.
and 25.
Okay, the 20. Yeah, the 25 hit.
Alright, you feel at first just a little bit of bludgeoning from a normal hit with the big old log, but then you feel this additional magical force that cracks and pushes a little harder. It is 11 magical bludgeoning damage.
Oh shit! And you said we did get a short rest.
Yeah, you
between
guys just
sessions,
woke up.
right?
Yep.
Could I have rolled hit dice for that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, that's good.
That's good.
Real good.
That brings us over to Gale.
Alright, well, I have a gun, so I'm gonna move over here, and I'm gonna shoot the pig. So I guess I have to move a little bit further over right here.
As soon as you pull the trigger, you hear just this goose screaming, has no idea what the fuck that is. It's like, oh, good show! Powerful magic. Unfortunately, the shot goes wide, but the second one does not. 27 for 18 piercing.
Hot damn.
Good God. You hear the crack of bone as it lands right between the eyes. Unfortunately, this thing continues rushing at you. You hit and you did damage. You just feel like maybe piercing is not the most effective damage type.
Fair enough. And with my bonus action, Toto's gonna run over here, and Toto's gonna take a jump.
Alright. Nine, unfortunately, no good. He kind of grabs the bit of the antler that Nordo had just kind of raked off, and he finishes pulling it off, but he doesn't get anything on the main body.
Fine. That's it.
Let's see. Elise. Elise doesn't want to burn things too early. She is just going to... she likes this drummy thing. She can get on board with the drummy thing. She's going to come over, drums on her shield, and then fling some of that noise towards the woodwode.
Sick, I love you, Elise. Also, it doesn't look like I got put on initiative. I should be after 8, so I got a 10.
Oh
Yeah, it shows here at the bottom for some reason.
There we go.
Thank you.
It fails and takes 10 damage. Ooh, actually, he takes more than he would have if he was damaged. And you can see a big chunk of bark right around where it hit you, Vasu, begins to shrivel and harden and crack. Brings us to Ace.
Quick question about my class. So, Gloomstalker, Wall in Darkness, you are invisible to any creature that relies on dark vision to see you in darkness. It is darkness, so I am invisible. If I attack, how does that affect my visibility? Do I just go back invisible after that turn?
It's as if you had greater invisibility up. You remain invisible the whole time. The only way that something can see you is if it can see you without relying on dark vision. So if it has enough light to see you, or if it has blind sight, or something like that.
Gotcha.
But
All right, cool.
Gloomstalker's real fucking good.
All right, so first off, I'm going to Hunter's Mark, the Dilophosaurus,
All right.
and then I'm going to climb up 10 more feet if I can. I have like 40 feet of movement, so I'm assuming I can make that fairly easily.
Based on your earlier acrobatics check, I'll let you spend 20 feet to move up 10 feet. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh no, I only have 20 feet left. Okay, and then I'm going to launch 2 arrows at it.
All right. Both at advantage. Or actually, hang on, let me check a thing real quick before I commit to that.
I have advantage because of my first turn. It hasn't moved yet.
That's accurate. Yep. And then, yes, you do have advantage on the second one. It does not see you.
I have advantage on the second one regardless because it's my first turn.
Oh,
But,
right.
okay.
Of course. So that is a hit, and let's see your second one. Both hit. Like Gale, you can tell that piercing is just not the best damage type on this thing, but they do both hit, and you hear a little bit of Bone and Vine begin to pull back away from this thing.
All right. Could I have made that attack before I moved, so I like attacked and then moved up the branch, so I'm like not in the same spot? Does that matter?
I don't think that changes anything. Go for it.
I just wanted to be like in a different spot than the arrow came from.
Sure, that's fair.
And that's my turn.
Alright, yeah, this hail of arrows, too, comes striking down. You kind of get right at the shoulder blades, and even though it's not the most effective damage type, you do hear a big chip of bone as one of this thing's arms falls off.
It's also magical, if that matters. I don't think it does.
Yeah, it is hitting it. It's just, even magical piercing, not the best against skeletons. Brings us to Vasu.
Alright, little guy, I wasn't gonna boin you, but you attacked first. Just remember that. First, I'm gonna stab at him with my spear.
14. He holds up his other hand.
Can I have Shu give the? Can I have Shu do the help action flyby thingamajig?
Sure, but from now on, make sure to call it before the attack roll.
Okay.
All right, 24 does hit.
I'm assuming he can only do that like one attack per turn.
Yeah, it is just once per turn.
Okay.
And that also, you do see that he has to hold up his left hand, and it kind of flays out the bark like a shield. But you're able to get through even that with this magical piercing. And he looks to you, but he does also seem to track over and watch Shu as Shu flies away with flyby.
The magical piercing seem any more effective, or is it
he seems to be... he is equally resistant to piercing, even if it's magical.
Okay. Then have some of this. I'm gonna kick him in his little wooden shin.
11, unfortunately,
Bullshit kit. Oh.
Shu, come back!
11, he puts up the shield, he does kind of a low block, and you're not able to get through.
Alright, try this one. Heal drop!
Heal drop just misses.
Oh, jeez.
Critical shin hit would have been amazing,
It
though.
would have been, yeah. Alright, anything else?
For an additional 1 damage. Yeah, that's my turn. I'm
Alright.
not gonna waste any key points on any of those shitty rolls.
Alright, this thing is real dumb. It is going to attack the closest sword. So this is on a sword. I think a 13 hits it, and this is also on that same sword. Hits it again, and this sword breaks.
Hey. This is 13? AC.
What is their AC?
Let me cast a spell. It's a long text.
I hope it's higher, or hope it's not any higher than 13. AC equal to 10 plus your spellcasting modifier. It's probably higher than that.
15.
Alright, so they are still up. This thing just keeps lashing out, trying to catch one of these swords that's hampering it, but is not able to get a good grip on it. Meanwhile, though, this boar... Actually, yeah, the boar is my closest thing. This boar comes running up. 10, 15, 20, 25 difficult terrain. What is their movement? Gets one more step here. Gets right in the middle of all of you. And it lets out this horrible hollow noise, kind of like a boar's scream. But as it does so, there is this big puff of yellow gas that bursts out from the vines inside of its belly. They bloat and then burst. I need everybody within 15 feet of it, which I believe means it just misses Yule and Patches. Doesn't hit Flick, doesn't hit Ace, doesn't hit Nordo or Toto. To give me a Constitution saving throw.
Goose!
You're looking for a 12 or better?
Fuck.
I'm good.
Alright, if you rolled lower than 12, you are poisoned, and you can feel that it is kind of burning and bubbling under your skin. You're going to take damage at the start of each of your turns. Next up is the Dilophosaurus, who doesn't see Ace. He's just going to go 10, 20, 30. Still out of range to hit anything. He is going to spread his two bony jaw flaps, whatever those things are called in the Dilophosaurus. And there's this horrible hissing sound. He whips his tail around, and the tip of his tail spike goes flying over towards Nordo. 16 on Nordo, I think misses.
Misses.
Alright. You do notice Ace, as this thing runs forward, the bones are going through a running motion, but the plants under it are doing kind of this tumbling, spinning, almost like a tumbleweed motion. And as they do, they're picking up more plant life from the ground all around it, and slowly piecing this thing back together. It does seem to get a little bit of its life back as it travels.
Gotcha.
Then finally, the elk is right up in range of Nordo and Toto. This one is on Nordo. 19 for 5.
Hits.
And this one is on Toto. 12 for 6.
Can Toto defend the Nordo one?
I think he can, yeah. So that is a miss on you then, Nordo.
Dynamite.
And that brings us to Moat.
Tight. I'm gonna run up here by Vasu, and I'm gonna swing on
Smite.
the Woodwode.
Hell yes!
Hey, it's time for the team attack finally.
It's happening!
It's all really happening.
I believe in you. Use inspiration if you need it.
Oh, he doesn't need it.
Don't need it.
27 is a solid hit. He puts up the shield to block it, and there's this cracking noise. 14 slashing, and
Ooh, that's great smite damage too.
it is great smite damage, and it is doubled by his weakness to fire.
Oh, he's weak to fire.
Yeah, there's this
Super
horrible
weak.
cracking noise, and it just sinks in, and then fire shoots out of the backside of this blade, pushing it the rest of the way down, all the way through it, leaving this horrible ember that glows from inside of the wood. You hear it like the sound of wet wood squealing and popping.
And Vasu just gets this horrible grin across his whole beak as his spear just lights. It ignites.
Hell yes.
I think that's how that thing works, right?
Yeah, I think it's like a
I think so.
reaction. Let me jump over to that real quick, because I don't know how my own shit works.
Is smite fire damage?
It is for me.
For Moat it is.
Oh shit! Cool.
Moat's Ember. When Moat smites a creature next to you, you can use your reaction to ignite a weapon that you're holding. It deals fire damage equal to half of your level to the next creature that you hit within 1 minute.
So an extra
Sick.
3 fire damage next time you hit.
Yeah, 3 damage next time you hit. It's not much now, but you know.
This is how you level it up.
It's only
This is how we
level
do
one.
it.
Alright, that ends Moat's turn, which takes us to these special boys. These special boys. All of you in the darkness notice that from the north, the direction of the skeleton, are these 2 faint purple lights that begin to glow. Shu recognizes their positions.
Hey, stay away from those! They're bad news!
Unfortunately, the wood is not undead, but it is weak to fire regardless. And let's see, who is the most trouble here? Moat, for sure. Yeah, actually, Moat, this is basically all gonna be on you. All of you see
Okay.
these little purple lights from the north begin to flare up, but then you see these 4 quick, faint little beams like lasers that just kind of lock in on Moat's forehead, and then there's a bright pulse of pink light, and then everything goes dark again. And these are 4 attacks on Moat.
Oh, jeez. Shit, I already used my reaction too. Don't get hit.
Do I see it in time to use a reaction question mark?
Yeah, it's a visible enemy. It's very bright, it's lit up, and you can tell that it's attacking you.
Cool. I will use shield.
Alright. In that case, I think that all misses, including the...
It does all miss.
Yep. Goddamn. Okay, and they can't move, so they sit there. Sir Archibald needs somebody to roll very, very low on poison damage, or he is in a lot of trouble. Whoever wants to, give me 2d8. He is, by 1 point, not immediately dead, but he is unconscious.
Oh.
I did it, guys.
I'm so goddamn proud of you.
And he will make his death save.
What?
Okay, alright. That brings us to Yulsi.
Just wait for half a second. Why is our goose friend dead?
He got poisoned.
No!
Oh, what? What the fuck?
I don't know why it work. That's annoying.
Oh, it says 4 or 3 written. We'll look it up in a second.
Ooh.
Just delete the PNG part and it works.
No, you have to have the PNG part.
If you delete the PNG, it worked for me.
Every time I don't have PNG, it doesn't work.
Worked for me. Don't know what to tell you.
Either way. Eula, you're up. What would you like to do?
I just realized, click us in initiative.
It's because he's been technically at work, but he is homebound now. He'll be able to join us soon.
I'm gonna heal the goose because we're.
Hey! As you run over and begin to treat this goose's wounds, you do see that it is still poisoned. It will probably take more damage next turn.
You gotta suck the poison out of him.
Suck the goose. Suck the goose.
With that said, he bounces back up.
Does he say anything?
It's like, I'm not out yet. It'll take more than that.
Is this goose gonna join Ulc too as well?
Fight
What
us.
about Patches and the goose?
Anything else, Yule?
No.
Alright, brings us to Nomad.
So wait, let's see the range on this. Oh, that means I have to go move here. Okay, fine. A little buggered that the spinny disc things weren't hitting. He's going to try and do this. To the alligator.
Oh shit.
But instead of damage, he's going to try and knock it prone.
Yeah.
Right. It's
There's
prompt.
this crunching noise, and you can actually hear some of the like ankle bone shatter long enough for this thing to drop to the ground in a mess.
Yeah. And then these all attack with advantage.
Yep.
21, 18, 9. 10.
10. Unfortunately, the 10 still misses, but the other two are good for 16 damage. And they just start kind of methodically hacking away at the vines here.
Yeah. That's it for now.
All right. Brings us
Like
to
Brown.
Noto.
Alrighty then, I'm gonna swing on the elk first. Or recklessly.
$25 is good for 11. It's still up, but it's stumbling.
Troubling. I will use a bonus action flurry of blows.
Uh, 24 for 8 is enough to finish it off. And he watches these vines kind of all scatter apart, and then like a bunch of scared centipedes begin to just retreat into the lake, splashing behind them.
Excellent. And then I'll Chuck Norris wheel around and roundhouse kick Dilophosaurus.
Excellent. Oh! Huge hit. Teeth go scattering everywhere. Unfortunately, not quite enough to finish it.
That's alright. I will just wheel around like to the backside of it.
Alright. That brings us to the Woodwode, who just went from very healthy to very unhealthy in a very short amount of time. There it is. Perfect. Okay, well, he wants to get the fuck out of there. He does not regenerate because he's been hit by a fuckload of fire and necrotic. Woodwode is going to main action disengage, and he's going to run out towards this tree, dip into the tree, and get the fuck out of dodge. What is the range between those two? Oh, right, we already did it. We're good. And you see him pop out over here and run down into the dragon's mouth.
Oh, real quick. I'm supposed to take poison damage.
Oh yeah, go and take 2d8 poison damage, and then give me a repeated con save.
Four. Let me con save to see if I actually keep those swords up and retcon the attack if I fail.
That's a good point.
Okay, fine.
You're
They're
fine.
fine. And here's the second roll.
Yeah, to shake the poison.
19.
You do shake the poison. Alright, brings us to Gale.
Alright, well, my gun's not doing so well, so I'm gonna flip it around, take up the axe side, and I'm gonna attack this boar.
Hot.
Sick. Uh, 27 and 10. The 10 is no good, but the 27 does 10 slashing damage, which is fully effective. You basically cleave the bottom of this boar's jaw and one of its tusks off. You can smell this awful sticky sap from some of the vines as you carve them away. Anything else?
I'm gonna run Toto over here, but he is not gonna attack because I'm gonna use my bonus action to click my heels and jump back to here.
Excellent. Alright.
And then I'm gonna use the rest of my movement to run and hide behind Noto.
Good call. Let's see, Elise is right up here. She'll just swing on it. That's easy enough. Maybe if it ever goes. 24 for 8. Solid hit, not enough to kill it. Brings us to Ace.
Alrighty. I'm assuming I still have advantage on my attack against the Dilophosaurus.
Yeah, it does not seem to be able to see you at all.
Is he a human or by any chance?
Sure isn't. That is enough to do it, though. Even with the resistance to piercing, an arrow comes slamming down, severs the vertebrae, and the head rolls off. And the vines begin to scatter, kind of carving their way through the long grass to the nearest source of water.
All right, I'm gonna use my rest of my action to like move back down here if I can.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's it.
All right.
Well, yeah, that's it.
Brings us
Actually,
to,
no. Can I use my bonus action to search to see if there's any other hidden enemies?
do
It's
you have,
part of my
Oh, yeah, that's,
inquisitive. It's in part of
inquisitive.
inquisitive.
That's right. That's right. Go ahead and give me a perception check. And while you're giving me a perception check, Vasu, you're up.
Wow,
Okay.
great.
I'm gonna have Shu fly back out and do the flyby advantage thingamajig again on this boar because I really want to hit with this while it's on fire.
All right.
I really would have wanted that woodwarded it, but he's a coward.
Oh yeah, he's long gone.
Pathetic.
20.
A 20 is
27
good.
for 9 and 3 more fire.
So you sink in with the 9 magical piercing. Some of it gets resisted, but it's still enough to kind of splatter this thing on the ground. And you can see that after it kind of splatters on the ground, the vines seem to be fighting to reform, to regrow, to regenerate. But then a little bit of extra fire begins to sprout out from the sides of the weapon and lash down into the vines. And that is enough to kind of scorch and sear the rest of them, and they scatter. And this thing dies for good.
Hooray!
We did it.
Only a gator left, and flowers.
Fly over to the gator then, and I'm gonna kick it in the face.
All right.
Actually, I'm gonna bonus action flurry of blows. So I think that's I get 3, right?
Flurry gives you 2 more, I think.
Okay.
You attack you said what's it called? A bonus action to attack once. With flurry, you attack twice instead.
It basically gives you 1 extra bonus attack.
Yeah.
So you get 2.
Oh right,
2
I've been
attacks.
forgetting that I have 2 spear attacks.
Yeah, you should have extra attack. Yeah.
I do.
So 4 total.
Okay, here's a spear attack. First, I'm gonna make this second spear attack on it first and see how it looks.
All right. 14 does just hit. Again, the piercing is not the best, but it does seem to damage it a little bit.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll still do a flurry. So here's 2 fire kicks.
All right. Let's see. 11 is no good, but 20 is good. 11 fire is plenty. And like you saw before, this thing seems to want to regrow. It seems to be able to regenerate, but the fire puts a quick stop to that, and this thing dies for good.
Oh man, I got here just in time. Everything's dead.
Well, not quite everything.
Flowers up north.
Flowers.
Woodward ran down there too. A little bitch.
I need to go hug the woodward. I'll be back.
There's also this goose.
I'm not your enemy.
Why is the goose talking? I'm not gonna ask. I'm just gonna go this way. But
All right. Flick.
Be careful of water.
Hold on a second.
I've had enough water for my entire lifetime. It's fine, and I'll get here and then pew pew.
Yeah, Vasu, you can safely move if you have movement left too.
Yeah, I've got 40 flight left, so I'm gonna go up here by the stream. That'll be my turn.
All right, 26 and 20, I believe, are both good, but let me check. They should be. Oh yeah, they're both solid. Oh wait, hang on. Hang on, there's a thing. There's a thing.
Oh no, not a thing, not a thing.
So as you approach these shimmering lights, you can see what Shu saw before, which is there's definitely a flower under there, but there's some sort of effect on them that is making them blurry and wavering. All attack rolls against them do have disadvantage, so go ahead and give me 2 more rolls, 1 for each of those. 18 still hits. The second one does turn into a 10, though, which misses. So you hit it once. We'll take your first damage as 8, which is good. And in fact, I think it's 10 because of the compass, so 10 force damage.
Yep. Okay, and I did my bonus action to get over here, so I'm good.
As the force sinks into this thing, you can hear faintly, distantly, sounds much farther away than it really is, but it seems to be coming from the flower, just this horrible screeching, squealing, screaming noise. But that's all.
That's it. Okay.
Brings us to Moat.
Okay, I'm just gonna dash, and I think with all the finagling I have to do, I wind up like right there.
Alright, sounds good. Brings us to the flowers. The flowers now have 2 targets that they both really dislike. These first 2 are on Flick. And the second 2 are on Moat. Ooh, those aren't good. 19 on a Flick might hit.
I think it does.
And then 24 on Moat for 14 psychic.
Yep.
I'm going to use my reaction. Vasu is going to touch down very briefly, or I guess touch down long enough to like stamp a foot on the ground. There's going to be a slight tremor through the earth, and under this little stream, a little wall of rock is going to pop up by Moat and hopefully absorb some of that damage.
Sick! What the shit is
Earth
this?
bending.
What? What is this?
Yeah. This is one of my new elemental disciplines. It's an impenetrable iron tortoiseshell, I believe is what it's called. I basically get to use my deflect missiles on any ranged attack that targets an ally. Like,
Are you kidding me?
Oh, I'm not.
What?
Moat Vasu, best combo.
I gotta spend like 2 key points to do it, so.
Alright, go give me the roll then. I think it like reduces it by that amount.
$1d10 plus dex mod plus monk level.
Aw, Flick is too far for me to help him.
Okay, so that
Gotta go fast.
Impenetrable iron
So the-
tortoiseshell. You
it
summon
reduces it by
that-
15 damage, so I don't think he takes any damage.
Oh shit.
Holy shit, yep. Alright, yeah, a wall of earth just springs up as Vasu kicks down on the ground here. And blocks this psychic strike. God damn.
That's fucking sick.
That is real cool.
Alright, Archibald is brave and he's trying his best to get to his feet and join the fight. But he's coughing and hacking. Somebody
Takes
give me
poison.
Somebody give me 2d6 damage.
Archibald.
Oh! Okay, he
Oh.
goes down again, unfortunately. But let's see if he can shake it.
Oh, he's gonna die.
He's gonna die to this poison, guys. You'll see. You are up. Looks like the only 2 hostiles left are those flowers up to the north.
I don't think he's away. I don't think I could have done that.
Here, I'll let you move here. We'll pretend you were here the whole time.
Can we? I say I would have been able to fly there, but can we also look
Yeah, that's fine with me.
because
I can't believe we completely maxed out our team combo attack just now.
Amazing.
And you did it with Vasu moding me about the range of his thing.
Correct. If we don't max out this, session,
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and heal myself
Alright,
and splash some of it on Elise.
sounds good. Actually, I think Elise is at full health. But if you want to splash the goose with it,
Just
Ah.
why does at least help with that?
Yeah, her health looks low.
Or is her barn not as long
Her
as
ball's
ours?
not to scale with ours.
Oh, it's because she has no name tag.
yeah,
underneath.
she's
Oh,
her spread is
gotcha.
narrower.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then I'll do it on the goose.
Okay.
Alright, the goose is back. Fighting bravely.
team attack with this goose.
And that's it.
Alright, brings us to Nomad.
Right, excellent. I'm going to move up 30 feet. Yeah, this puts... I think the flower should be within range of me. Let's see. Ah, excellent. Let's see what I've got that has a 60-foot range. Yeah, okay. I wonder if... I can see them, right?
Yes, they're shining little bright lights. You have disadvantage because they're blurry, but you can see them.
No, they have to make a con save.
Oh boy, let's see how this goes.
Shit damage, though.
They made it.
Oh, they make it. Wow. There you go, plus recon.
Resilient little fuckers.
Weird. That's me.
Alright, Nordo.
To quote,
Oh yeah, bonus action, I move my blades up.
Alright.
To quote hip hop legend Kanye West, my life is dope and I do dope shit. I'm gonna run up at a full gallop to the edge of this pond,
I can't seem to move them.
and then with my ridiculous strength and monk abilities, I'm just going to leap all the way across it. I've measured it out, it should be less than 18 feet, so I can just jump it.
Cool.
In midair, I'm gonna get my spear out and chuck it at Lean Gloomflower.
Alright, disadvantage?
Why disadvantage? Oh, because of the
Yeah, the
thing,
weird
yeah.
blur
Blur.
effect.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
should be able to control it now, no.
Thank you. They just teleport over to me.
19 is still a good hit for 10 piercing. That's the one on the left.
Yeah, Lean Gloomflower.
Alright, 10 piercing damage. Let me check, make sure there's no weird shit. Alright, yeah, it sinks in, and again, you hear faintly in the back of your mind, but seeming to come from that direction, this weird screaming voice.
Troubling. That is the end of my turn.
Alright. This is gonna do one of these boys. Alright. Alright, Gale's up.
Alright, I'm gonna run. I'm gonna try and shoot the, I guess, the clumsy flower between Moat's legs.
Alright.
Jump mode.
I'm gonna have to.
Even through the blur, 23 is a solid hit, and the cover still hits. 13 piercing damage. You see as bits of light just spray off of the back of this thing, kind of lighting up the inside of the dragon skull's mouth. The second attack, unfortunately, is no good.
Does it hit Moat's berries?
There's just a little glint of spark as the shot goes just a little closer to Moat than acceptable. But doesn't hit him, thankfully.
It's against his leg armor.
I have strong feelings about attacking your teammates on a nat 1. I think it's the dumbest thing.
I mean, I was literally shooting through him. So.
Goes through my chest, hits the flower.
Alright. Toto starts running up, gallops up to Lean.
You team attack, Gale and Moat.
You team attack, body shield.
That's all I got.
Alright. Let's see, Elise. Elise is a little confused still about the goose and everything else that's going on. Nobody is super injured except Toto, then she can't help with Toto. She's just gonna pick up Grumpy Bottom and run up here. And I guess she'll dash to get a little bit closer. Brings us to Ace.
All right. Bonus action to take aim at the one next to Toto,
Alright,
canceling out disadvantage.
sure does.
And does it still give me sneak attack because it's canceled out?
Yeah, so you have a neutral attack and Toto gives you sneak. Alright, you focus. You kind of have to cross your eyes a special way, but you're able to kind of see through this illusion just long enough to line up a shot. 22 lands, you watch as light sprays onto the grass behind it. 12 piercing damage sinks in.
17 because of bonus damage
Sure
from sneak
does.
attack.
And this time, if I remember correctly, It is the dumbest thing, but I think Toto is susceptible to psychic damage.
Sure is.
God, that's so weird. We gotta fix that. We gotta upgrade that. As this shot kind of rockets through the Gloomflower right next to Toto, Toto, louder than anyone else, hears this horrible screaming noise, and I need what is this? An intelligence saving throw.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's the funniest thing. He automatically succeeds all of those.
I would believe it if you told me. He succeeds that one, though, so he's fine. Alright, anything else, Ace?
Fuck your minus
That
3.
was how much movement would it take me to climb down from the tree?
So you're only 15 feet off from where you're at right now. You could either just jump down with an acrobatics check to land safely, or you could try to climb down at half speed and take 30
Half
feet.
speed would be 30 feet, so I'll
Yep.
just climb down.
Alright.
That's it.
Alrighty, brings us to Basu.
Well, I was gonna just fly over there and start whacking shit with my spear.
You're really quiet.
I was gonna say, you gotta turn your way up real quick.
Sorry, I switched to my phone because
Yeah, I was starting to.
this is being
Internet.
weird shit. So I'm.
You are coming in way more clearly now, at least.
Yeah. But it's quieter because I'm using a splitter. 'Cause I don't have. Anywho, I'm gonna fly over here instead, and I'm just going to. I'm gonna firebolt that clumsy Gloomflower.
Excellent.
Hey, quick question whenever he's done with that.
Yeah.
Because I was invisible, did I even need to use my aim, or could I have just like moved my hunter's mark and still had neutral?
That's a great question. You're not sure if these things can see you yet, and none of your actions
I
have revealed
was
that.
okay. Gotcha.
You can definitely try it next time by not aiming and just hoping to get advantage from invisibility. 12
Gotcha.
on Clumsy does hit for 9 fire, which seems especially good. However, once again, Toto hears this awful screaming in his mind, and I need another int save from Toto. He's fine. He doesn't give a shit.
No shit. You should be immune to psychic damage.
He
I
should
think he just
be.
earned immunity.
Oh my god, he's doing this with like a -3 too. Holy
Yeah.
fuck. What?
Minus 3.
God damn. Alright, anything else, Masu? Alright,
That's me.
that brings us to Flick.
Okay, move here with 25. I don't have snake, that's upsetting.
Yeah, you do see that
Aren't
this
you a
light-
swashbuckler?
Oh yeah, I forgot. I was gonna swap that out and
Like
have
you're
it done
a
again.
whole class?
Yeah, you're toe to toe, so you get advantage.
Yeah,
Or
anytime
sneak,
you're,
not advantage.
anytime you're in like a dueling situation, you get advantage, or you get sneak. You do have disadvantage because of the blur, but do you have somebody to cancel that?
You could aim with your bonus action because you're also a rogue.
I already moved.
He already
though.
moved, yeah.
Never mind then.
So unfortunately, I think that is an 8, which misses.
If that's the case, I couldn't have moved down from the tree, so I have to go back up.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yep, you can't move there either.
I smacked it, or it can't hit me anymore, so I'm gonna move back. I don't think it has opportunity attacks anyway, but
Who knows? Nope, it doesn't. Or at least it doesn't take one. Alright. Brings us to Moat.
Okay. I will just step up in front of Elise, and I will pull out a chakram and just hope for the best on the one on the right.
Good luck. Disadvantage. Yep, unfortunately, you hit something, but it seems to just be an illusion and it scatters.
Dope.
Okay. I think this is the last chance that they're going to get to do it, so they're going to do it. Perfect. So the one on the right looks very frail, and you watch as its light begins to dim for a moment. It goes dark, and then suddenly there is a burst of purple and pink light. And as it forms, each of you sees different things. Nordo, you see men in hoods with weapons. Flick, you see skeletons and demons and devils. Moat, you see pictures of strange shapes, winged shapes with many faces, some with fire, some with water. Elise sees something. Vasu, you see rocks crumbling from the sky all around you, and I need everybody within 30 feet of the clumsy gloomflower to give me a wisdom saving throw. Who knows what Elise sees?
But I want to know.
Is this a charm?
This is not a charm.
Fear?
Elise don't see shit. And apparently the goose is very brave.
Goose
Of course he is. Look at him.
He just died twice. He doesn't give a fuck anymore.
Alright, if you rolled lower than 14, take note of that, and something is going to happen at the start of your turn. Meanwhile, Lean is just going to shoot at the most threatening thing here, which is definitely still Moat. I think Gale is probably out of range, maybe? Where's Gale?
But
Okay, he's just chasing the rabbit. Okay, these two are on Moat.
oh wait, sorry, that should have been for Toto.
Gotcha.
But
22
he
and
is
16.
Toto. Oh yeah, Toto's fucked.
22 is good.
Excellent. Alright, 8 psychic damage on Moat. Somebody give me 2d8 poison damage for the goose. This poor goose.
Shouldn't it be D4s?
I think it's 2d8, right? Let me check.
It was D6 this last time.
Did I say?
Yeah, I
Okay.
assumed it was.
It was. I've been rolling 2d8 for my damage.
Oh, it's
It's
definitely-
always been 2d8.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 2d8. I fucked up last turn.
Okay.
Alright. He's down again. Is he ever going to fight off this poison? Who knows? Yes.
Probably never.
Oh,
He does. He finally fights it off.
Praise be.
Unconscious goose suddenly looks very healthy.
Alright, Yule. There are 2 angry flowers up ahead.
Fuck, how close can I get? We're 25 feet.
So you can get like right ahead of Nomad over here. Or yeah, like Gale.
Fuck, I don't really have much range stuff. So actually, I'll just go ahead and dash.
Alright. That will bring us to Nomad.
excellent. Yeah, my boy's just gonna move up a little. To here, we'll say. I'm just gonna repeat the thing I did last time. Same target.
Alright. Yeah, as you focus on this thing and you begin to assault it, you watch as the flower just crumples in on itself and immediately is extinguished, and there's a little flicker of like black smoke as it withers.
Poof. Crush it. That's the end.
Alright, brings us to Nordo.
Oh no. He rolled a 3.
I believe Nordo failed, right?
Yes.
Alright, Nordo. You see these awful visions all around you. You're taken back years and years. The first thing that happens is you take 7 psychic damage. And as you look around, you are simply paralyzed by fear. You want to fight back, you want to strike something, but every time you swing your weapon, It's just too far away, or it dodges, and there's this sense of dread, and you take the dodge action, and that is your whole turn. Crowd control is fun.
Okay.
It's a good mechanic.
Do I repeat the save?
You do not, but shortly after your turn ends, you kind of sense that these visions are fading.
Okay.
Gale.
Is Toto under the effects of this thing?
Is he immune to... yes, actually he is. If he's affected by Psychic, then he's affected by this.
He's immune to Charmed.
Is he immune to charms? Is he immune to fear? Or illusions? Yeah, it is technically, I think, a fear effect. Let me go check. Yeah, it's technically a fear.
Alright, then he is very fearful.
Okay.
What does he see?
Oh my god, what does he see? What is Toto afraid of?
Cats.
There are
Losing
cats.
Gale.
There are cats everywhere.
That's
There
the
are 20
movie.
Come up with
flicks
something
surrounding him. No, actually 20 patches. Let me pet him!
It's the Cats play that came out recently.
Oh god.
Oh, those cats. Everybody is afraid of those cats.
Yeah, Jellicle cats.
God, fuck those cats. Anyway, Toto sees visions of these terrible, awful, fearful images all around him. But unlike Nordo, when he lashes out to fight back against these things, he finds something. And he attacks the Gloomflower right next to him.
Oh,
You can take your turn first if you want, but that's what he will do on his turn.
Technically, he acts after me, so
Perfect.
I just shoot this flower after I run up a little bit.
Alright. 11, no good, but 24 hits for 17, and that is actually exactly what you needed.
He doesn't he have pack tactics because it's right next to Toto?
Still disadvantage though.
Yeah.
From the
Never
11.
mind. Never
Yeah,
mind.
so it would just be the flat 11. With that said, the second attack does hit, and it is dead, so it cannot use its free reaction thingy there. Which means when it gets around to Toto, he swings and bites around at these images swirling around him, but to no avail, and eventually ends up taking the dodge action. With that, everything is almost over, but we do need to go through real quick. Who else failed on that save? I think Flick did.
Flick failed, yeah.
Anyone else?
I saved.
Okay, it looks like it was just Flick. You do notice, Flick, do you go before remote? You do, okay. Flick, there are awful visions that haunt you for the next few seconds, and you flail around and try to swing and hit and fight back, but there is nothing in range. You take the dodge action. I don't know why I even asked, because you're not next to anyone. But after a short time, the visions fade, everything returns to normal, and all goes quiet.
Interesting.
Well, that was something.
Do I see the tracks of the wood go into the tree? Or into the
Definitely.
mouth?
And you can see that it is kind of a well-traveled jump from that nearest tree down into these stairs. And as you can get closer, you can see that there are these just very crude stair steps carved out of the dirt that seem to lower down into this kind of underground cave or grotto. And you can hear water. You can kind of smell plants. And you can see there's just actually a little bit of a flicker of this faint golden light coming from the bottom of the stairs and around a corner.
Can I collect those flowers?
You can. As you kind of go over to them, you do see that when you approach, they appear to be charred or burned very suddenly. One of them is actually still smoking a little bit. But there are kind of like the dried, charred remains of whatever these flowers were.
Interesting. Yeah. I take out some parchment, and I just kind of scoop the remains up of both these flowers and fold the parchment up.
Yep. Yeah, little bits of it flake off, kind of like charcoal, but there's enough of it that remains like structurally sound to keep it in one piece.
Hey, Goose. Did this happen whenever your master came? Well, he's dead, isn't he?
I guess Elise will put a heal into him to get him up for good this time. And with the poison,
And maybe into mode as well?
yeah, she'll do a double. In fact, she'll get mode and then bounce it onto him. Actually, she automatically gets max healing if she does it on the goose. Actually, that does not matter at all. She's going to get it no matter what. Okay, well, I guess it actually would have mattered. So Moat gets 4 and the goose is at full health.
Hey, Goose, are these the things that attacked your master before? These bony plant creatures?
Oh, they look... Oh, boy. There's more of them. There's a lot more of them, that's for sure. But yes, something quite like that. Oh, how long was I out?
I don't know, like 5 seconds?
What year is it?
The same year? 669?
Good, the same year. 699.
Yes. Sorry, I'm bad with math. Unlike you.
Of course, of course. Well, we've been victorious. I'm proud of all of us.
Well, we're going to keep going further. We'll see if we can find your master.
Good
Have
luck.
fun staying here by yourself, unless you want to come with us.
Oh,
Up to you.
I think I'll stand guard as I was told to do.
All right, good luck. Not that you need it. How's everyone feeling? Also, like, can everyone still see me? Like, I know that like my ability makes me so I'm invisible to the creatures who rely on dark vision. And I'm just like standing in the darkness.
Yeah, so anybody who has a light source could shine that light on you and see you. Anyone who is only able to see you because of dark vision cannot. I'd say that, like, if they get right up, like, within 5 feet of you, they can probably make you out in the moonlight just a little bit, but even then it's kind of smoky and wispy and hard to see.
Oh, I'm used to him doing this.
Spooky.
Surely we don't want to chase that too much so that you can, like, still get healed when it's dark and stuff.
Is it the selective thing? I should probably check that.
It doesn't really say. It literally just says, "While in darkness, you are invisible to any creature that relies on dark vision to see you in that darkness."
Okay.
That's all it says.
So
There's no turning that off.
yeah, so
Right.
here's what we're going to do. We're going to do what I've done for other class features in the past. You get to choose right now, and whatever you choose is persistent for the entire campaign. If you make it so that people can see you, like, while they are right next to you in moonlight, then that can be a thing that will be allowed, so that, like, for instance, Elise can run up to you and heal you in darkness. But if you allow that, it also means that your enemies, while they're standing right next to you, will be able to see you as well. So you kind of got to pick and choose. And
Could I just choose to just not have it as an active ability? I could just choose to, like, I decide I don't want to be unseen by everyone.
That seems reasonable. Let me go check this. Let me see exactly how it's worded. I don't think people should be locked into bad things as part of their class.
It just says you also adept to evading creatures that rely on dark vision. So it sounds like if I'm evading them, if I'm choosing to not be seen by them.
Yeah, that seems very reasonable. So yes, we'll say that it is an ability that you can voluntarily toggle off. I'll say that based on that definition, it also only works if you're conscious. So if you're unconscious, like, things might be able to see you because you're not actively evading them.
I would assume that if I'm unconscious, that I can't evade them.
All right, ruling has been made, set in stone. Great work, everyone.
So I'm choosing to be seen at the moment. Should we continue onward? Hello. How's everyone feeling? Should we continue onward? It seems like the little minion boy did not take kindly to our word.
Do I hear any sound coming from inside this dragon face?
Give me a perception check. You take a listen, and you can hear water dripping from inside. You can hear actually this very faint, almost musical glowing hum, like when somebody plays a crystal glass, for instance. But that seems to be a little distant, a little farther in. You can see that there's this kind of soft golden glow around a corner at the bottom of the stairs. You hear, it almost sounds like wind through grass, which is a little strange because you don't feel any wind. But you don't hear, like, a wooden drumming noise, and you don't hear any footsteps or anything like that.
Do I see the footsteps of the woodwode?
You do, and you can see that they kind of scramble down these stairs and then run off further in. And the stairs themselves are all just made of dirt. But near the bottom, you can see that there's little bits of grass that start to grow.
Do I see the tracks of the cart and where they go? Do they go down these stairs?
As you're looking, you do in fact see the tracks of carts, and they appear to run all the way down the stairs. But when you look at it, it's kind of hard to tell until you go down a few more steps. But they seem to run along the top of each step and then down vertically each step, and then horizontal, vertical, horizontal, vertical.
Wait, I'm not sure I follow. Like it
Yeah,
runs along the steps, like both the top and side surfaces of the step.
Yeah, so like you got a staircase that goes down like this, and so you have like cart tracks that go along the top here, and from there you can see that it's all along the tops here. But then when you kind of like poke your head a little further in and look behind you, you can see that they also run down the vertical parts of these stairs.
Weird. I'm gonna take like the first step down. Does like, I don't know, gravity pull me to the side of the stairs?
Doesn't seem to.
Weird.
Kind of just feels like normal stairs.
And that's a little strange, but suppose we just press on.
As you kind of cautiously make your way a little deeper in, let me make sure I'm not revealing too much on this map. You can see that at the bottom of the stairs, probably about 20 feet down, a couple stories, the mud gives way to little patches of grass that start to glow. And you can see the ceilings in here are probably about 10, maybe 12 feet tall. Pretty tall for an underground grotto. The walls are this kind of mud-covered rock. You can see places where the mud has been swept away and it's just exposed stone. But you can see that just sitting in front of you, as you kind of come around this corner, is a desk made of wood with some papers on it and a chair.
Papers!
There are some barrels stacked up on the side over there, and a little drawer, some inkwells, just kind of a little office set in this grotto.
Can I check for traps and then go to the desk?
Sure, give me a perception check.
May I assist?
Sure can.
Or give me advantage and make me your own roll.
I'll do my own.
While they do that, can I take the teeth?
From the dragon?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a luck check. And actually, what is your passive investigation? $18's pretty good.
It's a 3.
I guess you don't have advantage on luck checks. But what is
I mean, if you want to give it to me,
what's your passive investigation?
pretty decent, I think.
I was going to say, it should be pretty good.
17.
Okay, so you're kind of going through just trying to yank teeth out, and some of them are in there pretty good, but you find one that's loose and wobbly and you're able to pull it free. And far as you can tell, this is like a real dragon tooth. Like, it's the real deal. It feels like bone. It feels old. It's got a lot of like plant growth on it. But as you kind of look around for another one that looks loose enough to pull free, you find that one of them looks really loose. And in fact, as you're looking it over, it looks like it is touched often, and maybe intentionally loose. It seems to twist in place, if you want to twist it.
Obviously, I'm going to twist it.
All right, you twist the tooth.
Recklessly and without any regard for anyone's safety.
Perfect. We'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As Moat is going down the stairs, Moat, you feel the mud or the dirt under your feet suddenly kind of slide and slip, as all of these stairs turn into a smooth surface, like a ramp. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Do I have to?
You can fail voluntarily if you want.
I don't need to fail voluntarily.
Yeah, it kind of catches you by surprise, and you lose your footing a bit, and you kind of just like land on your ass and slide down this metal thing, scraping away a lot of the foot tracks and the cartwheel tracks that have come down this smoothed ramp.
Got it. Don't worry. I'm fine.
As you land with a clatter, making a decent amount of noise in your half plate, half chainmail, Ace and Nordo, you do notice almost immediately that there is a tripwire that you guys are both just shy of, right about there.
Do I see a way to disarm it?
Yeah, you kind of follow it over to the wall, and you can see that it kind of fishes into this little nook, and you pull out a little pocket mirror and kind of look around there, and you can see a way that you could disarm it safely. It's hard to tell what it leads to. You don't see any other obvious signs of a trap or what it might activate. You kind of get the impression that it leads to something elsewhere, but definitely a tripwire. Give me a Thieves' Tools check if you want to try to disarm it.
What is the check for that? Is it just dexterity?
Yeah, dexterity.
Can I just give you acrobatics and just say that it was for that, since it's the same thing?
If you're proficient with Thieves' Tools, that's fine, yeah. Okay.
Well, shit.
You kind of carefully finagle around, and you make a cut, and the first cut goes okay. You start to tie it off so that it won't be activated, and there's a moment where the wire starts to slip, and you can hear just this faint, distant ringing noise from deeper in around to the left. But it's just a moment, and then you catch it. You kind of carefully tie it down and twist the wire, and you're able to disable it.
Well, that might not have worked. But tripwire, everyone. Do I see anything else on the way to the desk?
Nope, you keep an eye out, look for more traps or whatever. As you're both kind of watching and investigating, though, 18 and 26 is definitely enough to notice signs of dragging kind of along the ground here in this bare mud. And you can see something heavy has kind of been dragged from over there. And as you look more closely, especially Nordo, you get the faint smell of old blood, and you can see that there are two lines, like 2 feet, being dragged in that direction.
Especially Nordo? Don't you mean especially A, since I'm humanoid specialty?
True, he did roll a 26. You're both very, very good at this. You guys both see it.
How old is this blood?
Give me a survival check.
Can I also make one with advantage because humanoids?
Sure can. Taking a look over, you imagine that this is actually a little older. Probably at least a few weeks. Definitely more weeks instead of days. It's had a lot of time to kind of dry and set.
Any interesting papers on the desk?
Give me an investigation check. So as you are looking through, the two most interesting things that you can find are a ledger of donations, it appears. It's a lot of it is money, but every now and then it'll be like pieces of art or things of that nature. But the second thing that you find is a necklace that has a leaf on it. And the leaf itself seems to be made of some sort of dark, flaky black metal. Again, it looks a little bit like lead or something like that, maybe pewter. But right underneath that necklace is a note. It appears to be somewhat hastily scrawled. And where is it? Here it is. And actually, with an investigation of 20 Ace, you would notice that there are a lot of very mundane notes to self. Notes written by somebody named Grover that seem to be addressed either to somebody named Grover or to himself. And a lot of it is very mundane things. Don't forget to lock this. Don't forget to do this report. Don't forget to do this before you leave. Lots of notes and reminders.
Does it feel magical, the necklace?
When you move it around, it doesn't hum or vibrate or anything like that. It feels kind of like a normal necklace. I guess give me an Arcana check.
Can I just instead walk up to Nomad and be like, is this magical?
Sure, that's always an option.
Hey, Nomad, is this magical? Look at this.
See? I don't know if I have detect magic.
Do you have knowledge of the Arcana?
I do. Let me try.
You can give me an Arcana check if you want.
I'm still twisting various teeth, by the way.
Okay, excellent. You do actually find 2 or 3 more, kind of towards the back, smaller ones that are loose enough to kind of pry free. As you twist that one tooth back, the slope kind of turns back into a set of stairs. You kind of methodically go down, checking tooth by tooth by tooth to see if any others do anything. And you do actually find that one of the teeth, when you twist it, causes the entire skeleton to close its mouth. And the upper bit of the jaw kind of comes down and clamps shut, and basically closes this grotto off. But then you're able to kind of like reach back under and twist it to open it back up. By the end of it, you've probably found 4 dragon teeth that can actually be removed pretty easily without any like extra force. If you want to bust out the tools and like get a crowbar involved, let me know. That's definitely a thing you could do.
Okay. Based on that, can I deduce what the purpose of that last one was?
Yeah.
Like, why would you have a lock on the outside?
You're smart.
Is this a prison for druids?
So it's easy enough to reach that tooth from inside or outside. So you kind of get the feeling that like even when it's closed, it's like it's pretty easy to open. So like it can't be that secure. If anything, maybe it kind of protects from the elements a little bit. You do see that the skull kind of would protect it from some rain a little bit.
Okay, so it's just like a window shutter or a door.
Yeah. It's definitely not like a
Not
high
actually
security
intended
door.
to be like a lock.
Right.
Well, I'll head in then and close the door.
All right. Kind of close the door behind you. And as you make your way down, you can see that everybody's kind of just starting to explore here. Nordo, as you poke your head around that corner, the first thing that you find directly ahead of you is the source of this glowing golden light. And it appears to be this enormous tree. You're looking down into sort of like a little bowl. There's a hill that rolls down probably another 15 or 20 feet that is grassy and covered with flowers and colorful plants. But then at the bottom of this bowl is a tree. It looks kind of like a weeping willow. But at the very top center of the trunk, there is this gnarled, twisted shape that looks very much like a dragon's head. And you can see that the spread branches of this tree are kind of spread in the shape of wings. But then the second thing you notice is much closer, about halfway down the hill. Tucked against the side of one of the grotto walls is a human woman in sort of just simple leathers and furs. She looks very injured. She's kind of bloodied across half of her face. Her eyes are open. She looks dead.
Okay. Does she have any
Goose
thing
marks?
of particular value on her person?
You take a quick look to see if she's got anything super valuable. I guess give me an investigation check.
Okay. I'd also
How
like
long
to try
has
to
she been
discern
dead?
cause of death.
Sure, medicine check as well.
How long has she been dead? Can I medicine check that?
Sure. You guys are both able to deduce that she's probably been dead for less than maybe 48 hours. Fairly recent. Just kind of the very early stages of rigor mortis. Looking over her to see if she has anything super important, you can see that she is clutching a staff. She's got a druidic focus. On their own, they're both valuable, not like fortune valuable, but they're worth something. She is wearing leather armor. She does have a component pouch that has just some basic herbs and spices and other magical reagents in it. And she does have a coin purse that has about 20 gold in it.
Excellent.
But no identifying papers, nothing like that.
Hey, Goose, does this look familiar to you?
He went back.
Yeah, Goose went back to the gate.
Shit, that's right. What?
I'd take the gold out and toss it into the party loot.
Need to.
As you step
No.
forward, though, you have very good passive perception. You kind of feel more of that warm wind that you heard and felt earlier, and it seems to be emanating from this tree.
Okay. Before I press on any further, I turn back to Ace and I'm like, you find anything we should know back there, little orc?
Say that again.
You find anything interesting on that desk over there?
This necklace and a note, but I guess I don't really know what it means. Perhaps it's dangerous. It doesn't seem magical, but here, I hand you the note.
Strange.
Very strange.
So you think we each need a leaf to proceed any further for it to not be dangerous?
Speaking of which,
Particularly,
where happened? Where did you put the note? I accidentally closed it.
It's under inventory and handouts.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
It says that if the Thorn Speaker isn't around, which seems to be the case right now, that we need one leaf per traveler. I don't know where we get the leaves, but looks like we better have them, or this person seems to think we'll die.
Jumping back real quick to cause of death, as you look it over, it appears to be a series of scratches and bites from some sort of an animal attack. And there's some bruising around the neck. Strangulation, perhaps.
Okay.
autoerotic asphyxiation. Very dangerous.
Is that normal for druids to have this much dragon stuff around? I didn't know druids and dragons got along like that.
Perhaps it was a wood dragon.
Perhaps it still is a wood dragon.
Hmm.
It doesn't look like any natural tree. Does it seem, I don't know, sentient just from looking at it?
Just from looking at it, I mean, the wind is kind of causing its leaves to wave a little bit, but the tree itself is not like moving. It's not like moving its head or its eyes or anything like that.
Do you think that's the leaves we have to have?
Until you get to about there. And about there, you do see that this tree kind of starts to creak and groan. And you can see that all of the leaves, kind of drooping down from its arms, begin to glow. And at first, as you get closer, you can tell that they glimmer this kind of, they look like gold, almost like golden scales. But then as you get closer, they start to turn this red and then this orange, and some of them even get a little bit white around the tips, like they're glowing hot. And they begin to spread to form this curtain that covers all the way across. And you can see that the tree itself, the trunk, kind of bends to look down at you a little bit. And although the face doesn't move, you do see that there are little pricks of light and heat from where the eyes would be. But it doesn't say anything, but it certainly seems to awaken or be paying some sort of attention to you.
Hey, wait. Maybe someone should wear the necklace and approach. Maybe the leaves turn into leaves we can use. I guess I don't know.
I
Makes
just like
sense.
with the note in hand, I look up at the tree and I look at the note for a second. As I look at it in real life for a second. And I say, just on a whim, I'd like to speak with my mother, find out what my name was supposed to be. That didn't work.
As you speak, you feel a little bit of this wind begin to rush through the leaves, and it's hot. It's like being right in front of an oven or a furnace. And you can kind of see one of these leaves, just kind of off to your right, maybe 6 or 7 feet away, begins to glow a little bit brighter than the rest. And you can see the tendril that it's on, again like a weeping willow, begins to kind of wrap its way in your direction. Just a little bit, just kind of idly. Do you speak Draconic?
I do not.
Does anyone?
Vasu and Gale.
Obviously.
Yeah, Gale would definitely speak it.
Telepathic
Vasu speaks
connection.
it too.
You hear audibly this just low, creaking, groaning voice in Draconic, which you don't understand, but some of your friends behind you do. And it just kind of seems to speak through the creaking of the wood and the blowing of the wind. Tell me more. Why? What happened to her?
Anybody understand what this thing's saying?
He says, tell him more. Why do you want to know and what happened?
My mother, her name was Inala. She died after laying my egg at some point. I never met her. My people, our mothers name us on our 10th birthday, so I never found out what my name was supposed to be, and I'd like to know. That's why I'd ask.
A few more seconds pass, and then you see this tendril kind of weave its way over to you, and the one leaf on it is now glowing white hot, and you can feel just almost burning pain as it gets about a foot away from your face. And the rest of the vine kind of curls back. It seems to be offering you this burning hot, glowing metal leaf.
I reach out and grab it.
All right. You feel a warmth, but not pain, as you kind of take it. And it seems to just voluntarily detach itself from the vine. And you take it and hold it. And over the next few seconds, it seems to cool down in your hands from this glowing white hot to just the same gold that you saw initially. And you have a golden leaf.
I step up next. And I say, my fondest memory was when Chelsea took me on my first hunt.
More. What happened?
He took me into the Underdark. I was quite brave, but quite scared. He stood behind me, told me how to aim, told me to wait, to be patient. It was not time when I first saw the creature. He helped me track it. We tracked it for 3 hours. When I finally shot it, it wasn't dead at first. I didn't have the heart to kill it, but he said it was important for me to finish the kill. He helped me guide the blade, and it was my first kill, my first hunt. He smiled at me, and he was proud of me. It was the first time.
Nordo, as you're kind of watching all of this, being able to kind of see it as a spectator for the first time, you can see that the ground around the base of this tree begins to just kind of crack and part, and you can see that one of its roots seems to just twist and expand and grow just a tiny, almost imperceptible amount. But you see a small flower near its roots begin to kind of grow and bloom a bit. And about the time that you look back up, you can see that Ace is being offered one of these leaves as well.
I reach out and take the leaf.
As he does that, I look up at the tree and say, is the flower for us as well?
No. It is my hoard.
Very well, then. Who are you?
I am Thorn, or what remains of Thorn.
Thorn the dragon.
Once, yes.
presumably, as I'm translating this, can I like get a read on this guy? Like,
Sure. Give me insight with advantage, unless is there anything specific you're looking for, or just kind of a general read?
like, are we selling him our memories? Like,
Gotcha.
is this like some devil shit where by telling him our true names, he's gonna like control us forever?
Oh boy, it's really good that somebody's asking these questions. Give me an insight check or a history check. Either one at advantage. Nordo, you could give me
Or
insight.
just not at all. Because I'm not even speaking the language.
Yeah, you could do. Oh yeah, that's right. You don't speak Draconic.
All I've got is translations.
Gale, you get the sense that this thing behaves sort of like a dragon, and there are enough elements here to sort of make you suspect that it is probably some lingering form that was once a dragon. Based on the color of this tree, you imagine it was probably a gold dragon. And you would know that they can be friendly, they can be negotiable. A lot of the time, they hoard experiences or memories or stories more than just valuable physical goods. They're not necessarily always good, but they're certainly not always evil. You don't... Like, dragons don't innately have demon-style magic or anything like that. With that said, this is not a typical dragon. You imagine that this dragon is probably just hoarding stories or memories or thoughts that are special to the people that it hears it from. You don't think that, like, Nordo still remembers everything, Ace still remembers everything, and as you kind of talk to them and check with them to make sure they didn't lose their memories, they still have everything that they had talked about. So you don't get a strong read that anything nefarious is going on here. You think he's probably just collecting stories. The addition of, like, detect magic or something might give you a bit of a stronger read. At least on what is happening from an arcane standpoint. But just from a historical standpoint, that lines up, that tracks to you.
I don't use the arcane, only science, so.
That's fair.
If you don't mind, Thorn, what do we need the leaves for?
Passage.
Well, very well, then.
To the afterlife? What?
Did someone pass through here with a very large still stone?
Many pass through. I don't see well, but I hear stories. I've heard no stories of large still stone.
Much obliged.
Not as many have passed through of late.
You couldn't actually do it, could you? Put me in touch with my mother.
No. I could not.
Well, very well. I think my friends have some stories for you as well.
We still do have one next.
I'm real boring. It's okay.
You're literally a prince.
Don't tell him that.
You're a cyborg. Like, literally.
The wind kind of kicks up in the room.
Right, who's going next?
I will approach.
Oh boy.
Hold on to read the note again 1 second.
I wanna hear so much more about both.
You see, I could do a really boring one.
Fuck the boring one.
Yeah, I'm not going to do the boring one.
Or I could lie.
Or I could lie.
Always lie to gold dragons.
It's the best option.
Stories can be not true. Collects those, right? Or does it have to be
I
true?
prefer those based in reality, but I've been entertained in the past.
Okay, so I will approach the tree and I just say, hold on, I have to read this again. When I joined the order originally, they sent me on a mission to free a cultist from some local guards. And me and the group I was with, we took the guards out pretty easily. But as we were freeing the cultist, I looked around at the guards laying on the ground, and it finally hit me that these people had lives and families and friends that would never see them again. And that's when it started to dawn on me what this order really meant and what it might take from me. And I had to decide if it was worth it or not.
I get very few stories from this order, but they are always interesting. And it does kind of extend a leaf in your direction. I hope you chose well.
I do too. And I will somberly saunter over to Nordo's side.
About this time, those of you who have not gone in there yet and are kind of still out, hanging out towards the atrium, um, do faintly hear a splash in some water coming from this direction. Just, just a quick little splash and nothing else.
Oh, I hear the doorbell, and I'm gonna go towards it.
Time to sneak and go look to things.
All right, you being sneaky? Give me a stealth check. All right, you kind of head over that direction. I think Gale is close behind you, and you notice that behind this this desk, there's a little passageway, about 5 feet tall. The grass gets a lot taller, but you can kind of hear crickets chirping, and you can see more of these fireflies that are still blinking every now and then. And you can start to smell this kind of crisp, clean water. And as you finally come around the corner, you're greeted by a soft glow of a little kind of tucked away pond grotto.
Ooh.
You
A
can
fairy
see
fountain.
that it is kind of rippling and glowing a little bit. You don't see any signs of what made the splash. What is your passive perception, Flick?
Passive perception is a 13.
It isn't until you get kind of pretty far out here, but about here, you step on something hard, and you look down and you can see that there's a golden coin that you've kind of pressed into the dirt right under your foot. And as you look forward, you can see that there's another one, and then another one, and then there's kind of just a trail of them. And looking into the water, you can see the water is crystal clear, and at the bottom of it, there is just a bunch of money, mostly gold, little bits of silver, copper occasionally, gems, crystals every once in a while. You can see that a lot of the light is coming from what appear to be small still stones. You can see that there is like a rather large golden statue down at the bottom. You can see that there is a marble sculpture of an eagle a little farther in. There is a painting that seems to be in good shape despite being underwater of a woman. Yeah, that's kind of what you see.
Okay. Okay.
Do I see this?
Yeah, you're following right behind, especially once pointed out. You can see all this too. But do give me a stealth check. Oh no, I haven't seen one yet.
I was being quiet about leaving.
Okay, fair. All right.
Great.
Yeah, Flick, you kind of take some time to like cautiously sneak your way through here, and then you hear just like the sound of his metal foot just like springing with every step as he kind of comes around the corner.
Can I attempt to hide in the bushes while he's funking around the corner?
Sure, if you want. Give me a luck check. Or actually, no, fuck luck checks. Choose a bush. You choose that bush.
And choose that bush.
Delightful. You kind of sink down into this bush as Gale comes around the corner. And as you do, you kind of bump into something. And you turn around, and you see this tiny little green face, about the size of like a softball. These two little beady black eyes, and it looks like an onion bulb, sort of.
Oh.
And it looks up at you like, oh shit, he sees me. And then he just kind of, he slowly like raises a single finger to his mouth, like to do the shh motion.
Okay, I'll do it back and wave silently.
All right, he's like, he nods enthusiastically when he gets the idea that you're going to hide with him. But then you see he looks back towards Gale, and he starts to hunch down real low, and then you can see that in his other hand he's got a dagger.
Oh no! So he's focusing on Gale. Can I like attempt to take the dagger from him?
Sure, it's probably gonna like start a whole thing if you want, but go for it.
It's just taking a knife from a small child. How hard can it be?
Sure, give me either an athletics check or an attack roll if you want to disarm or grapple, depending on how you want to do it.
I just want to take it. I don't want to like push him down or anything.
Okay.
So what would that be?
Probably athletics.
Boy, I'm sure good at those. Oh, okay, actually.
Yeah, you gotta catch this thing off guard, and you're like, oh fuck, that's a knife. And you reach down to grab it real quick. Let's see. Yeah, and you manage to kind of snag this dagger. And it looks back at you like stunned that you would betray it. And it kind of like starts to swat at you, trying to steal its dagger back, making a little bit of a ruckus. But then when it realizes that it's not going to get the dagger back, it steps back, it starts to kind of like scrunch its face all together, and then there is a puff, and you can immediately feel this awful stinging in your eyes, and I believe actually Gale is within range too. I need con saves from the two of you. Is this horrible
do I have
stench?
con save? My
It
head is
wasn't
underwater.
damaged.
Is your head underwater? Okay, perfect.
I'm taking those coins. The second I see them, they're going in the pockets.
Alright, then you're totally fine. With that said, though, Flick, you are blinded. And as you're blinded, you can hear a couple of things. First is a splash, as Gale just immediately goes into the water. And the second thing is the rustling of grass all around you as things pop out and start to splash their way into the water towards Gale.
Oh no!
And this will be initiative.
For everyone or just them?
You guys are all going to be able to hear this. It's fine.
I should have just let him stab Gale.
So for what it's worth, I'm like on my hands and knees at the edge of this pond with my head in the water, scooping up coins.
Excellent.
This should go well.
Nothing will go wrong.
It is also 11. Do we want to go ahead and get this started, or do we want to save it for next week?
I
mean-
am sick. and would go to bed early, but also don't end it on my account. I'll keep playing if everyone else wants to.
I was gonna say, I do know that it is like a bunch of people are sleepy from the holidays.
I can go either way.
I can
So
go
I could
anywhere.
I'd go either way too.
It has been a while.
It has. Wait, did we miss last week?
We did not.
What do you mean it's been a while? It's been a week.
Alright, that's my campaign.
It's your.
Oh my god, I'm fucking dying.
Going to die.
God, I need to play.
I don't know how to do the accent anymore.
Right? I have to relearn Cricket's voice and then immediately use it to talk down a dragon. This is going to be hell.
But yeah, onion.
Oh my god, these are adorable. I need to find a picture of them, by the way.
Send a picture.
They're my favorite.
And now Flick
Yes,
is
please.
blind. Again? I feel like he's been blind before.
I feel like Flick spends a lot of time being status conditioned in this
Status
campaign.
effect, yeah.
We need to get you better saves, girl.
I mean, the only good saves that I have are int and dex, and I always make the dex ones. It's just everything else I'm really bad at.
Have you not
Uh-oh.
taken the trinket invocation where you get to add your 1d4 to all saves you're not proficient in?
I don't think it saves. I think it's
Yeah,
skills.
I don't think it saves either.
You
I
can.
think it's
There is
skills.
an invocation for saves as well.
Yeah.
I only have 2 invocations that I use them for other things. I don't remember what. Now I have to look. Elder
Well, I
class
think-
stuff, I think, because
Yeah.
One of them is definitely.
combat.
Aw. It's just a little guy.
He's just a little guy.
Oh, and then one that I completely forgot I had. And now it's pointless because I can't do it.
Alright, Ace, you realize that Flick and Gale are missing, and there's a lot of splashing going on from that cave behind you. What would you like to do?
I guess I'll bonus action dash. So I have 80 feet of movement speed, which I think this is 40.
You probably hear Flick
And then
popping.
this is over here. Do I see anything from here?
Yeah, you see everything is kind of sprung out. One of them is kind of fighting with Flick, but the rest of them seem very interested in Gale.
So there's one next to Flick or no?
There is one right next to Flick, yeah. Oh,
Flick
no.
is
Alright.
probably like wrestling with it, trying to avoid giving it back the knife.
Guess who's going to be getting shot with an arrow?
No!
Are these humanoids?
We're just friends.
They're not, they're plants. Uh, 29 is solid for 19, and that's all it takes. He goes down pretty quick.
All right.
However,
Next.
I think a thing happens real quick.
Oh boy, do I gotta go blind twice?
No, you're already blind, so it's fine. More of that awful stench comes out, though.
All right. Next attack is going to be on the playful one because fuck everyone here.
All right. Uh, 26 for another 8. Alright, that one... Oh god, there we go. Arrow sinks into that one's bulbous head, and he kind of looks towards you, stunned that anything would interrupt its work. Anything else?
I'm going to use 1, 2, 3. Move all. Well, I'll move over here so I'm out of the way.
Alright. Eula's AFK for a sec. We'll get him when he gets back. On to the Aliamites. Alright, so this one is on Flick with advantage because you're blind. This one is on Flick with advantage because you're blind. These 3 are on Gale with advantage because he's prone. Oh no. So Gale, as you are looking at this delicious loot that is just for free, it's right there, it's ready to be taken. And it looks, for the record, like something has been taking it. You can see places where bunches of coins have been scraped up and dragged out. But then you feel this sharp pain in your sides as this stinging blade kind of pokes you from multiple directions. And then there is one more with disadvantage because you're prone. 10 misses, I think.
Yeah.
Alright, you will, if you are back, there's a commotion going on in this room over this way. Oh, never mind, he says he's not back yet. On to Nordo.
Okay, hear the commotion. With passive perception 17, do I hear anything coming from beyond this tree, the opposite direction?
Your mic is on your head.
Yeah, you're real quiet.
Thank you, sorry. Do I hear anything coming from the opposite direction beyond the tree?
Not at first, no. You still feel the wind, and it feels hot. It feels very hot. But you don't really notice anything new from beyond the tree.
Okay, I'm gonna charge and help my friends.
Alright, as you turn the
Movement in
corner.
action, and that's it.
Alright, you get there just in time to see Gale being attacked by these weird onion creatures. Flick.
Okay. I don't need to see to do this.
Oh shit, you sure don't. That is a con save, I believe.
Yep.
Oh,
fuck all of
God.
them.
That 15 might fail, maybe?
I forget what that is. 1 second.
What's your charisma?
4. Oh, 18. So plus one.
your DC is 15, so yeah, it makes it.
Yeah. Great.
Well, they still take half. 7
take
is,
half.
It's not nothing. But as this just wave of thundering force rockets through all of these onion things, God, it's just like an onion chopping party over there. There's just a fine...
no.
It's like a visible mist now of onion juice that is just everywhere. If you weren't already blind, you would be very, very blind. Oh, in fact, I think it goes away at the end of your turn. Let me check a thing, so you might have to resave.
It's lucky that Nordo's wearing some dark vision goggles, isn't it?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead and give me 2 more con saves. Yes, you were blinded again. Alright, back to Nomad.
Oh, I think he becomes immune to like blinding after he saves one.
I think it's only after he, like, successfully saves.
Oh, so he has to successfully save.
Yep.
Oh boy. Nomad like sigh, holds up a finger to the dragon. It's like, I will fetch you more stories. And he's gonna dash, go over here. And this is as far as he can. And then his poof, he snaps his fingers, and these weapons, which last 10 minutes, thankfully, teleport to him. And that's all it can do.
Alright. Gale. Nordo, I don't know who it was, but I'm glad they did, because onions are delicious.
They are the best, but who's the idiot that thought that was supposed to be food?
Well, I come up for air, having been shanked multiple times.
Yeah, most of it is settled by the time you come up with a gasp, but you do definitely smell the faint smell of onion.
Alright, Gale is so stunned by this, so offended that he just curls up on the shore and starts crying. I'm going to use my action to cry and use Grovel Cower Bag.
Excellent.
My favorite.
Like, genuinely, 2 or 3 of these things look at you and are just, like, in horror that they have injured something so cute. They feel like they are doing unnecessary evil, but they really hate that they have to do it.
Why are they attacking you? Are you stealing their
I am
gold?
gonna have my use my bonus action to have my dog come over and kill one of them.
Perfect. Oh my god, that would do it. 21 on 8. Anyone in particular?
Let's go for the angry one because it's closest to the entrance.
Perfect. So Toto comes running around the blue, digs into this thing, and rips like half of its face off. And there is a fresh spray of onion that kind of bursts into the air around it. And now I need you to make a con save, Kale.
I mean, I'm already crying. I can't see anything.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Let's,
That's not bad.
let's bring it to Elise. 10, 20, 30. Boy, it's real cramped in here. She'll dash to get to here to just try see what's going on.
Gale is in
Kale's
danger.
really hurt, actually. But she didn't know that until she dashed to get around the corner. She'll get closer, at least. She'll get here to try to be a threat. Alright, brings us to Mo.
I'm gonna have to just dash. I won't be able to get anywhere, but that's my turn.
Alright, Ace.
Sorry, I was all the way in my kitchen, so I had to like run upstairs.
Gotcha.
Okay. Can I see anything from here?
From there, yes, you can
Wait,
see...
I can step in here, right? Like in his like
Yeah.
spheric weapon spot. Okay.
Yep.
I guess I'll hit the disciplined one. First off, I'm going to bonus action. I guess my Inquisitor thingy where I can. Wait, I still have my Hunter's Mark, don't I? No, that's fine. I'll do the Inquisitive thingy where I can incite against his deception to get sneak attack.
What a ridiculous ability. I love it.
I know. I don't get advantage. I could have just aimed it. Well, I couldn't have moved then. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's a miss.
12 is a miss, yes.
And then I'll move back over here.
Oh, do you not have advantage?
No.
Oh.
Is it Scrabble Cower and Break? It's a 10-foot radius, isn't it?
Is what?
Gravel current bag.
Oh! I have
I-
advantage?
I
Let me
think it's
go
10
again
foot.
then.
Yeah, these things are all like... They're so conflicted about having to attack poor sweet innocent Gale that you
So it would have been a
advantage.
19 for 16 damage.
Yeah, that will do it. So
Then I
it's
move back
pinned to the
over here.
wall. Alright, Yule, if you're back. There's some sort of commotion going on in the next room.
We don't hear him.
Oh, he says his push to talk isn't working. Weird. Okay.
Oh. Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, he's gonna dash in there, be in range for healing next turn. These things. This is gonna be 2 on Flick. Both advantage because you're blind.
Yay.
Oh,
God
boy.
damn it.
Let's see. Gale, did you stand up or are you still prone? I think you stood up.
He's groveling though, isn't he still
Yeah.
down?
Still down. No, they were saying he's got up.
I mean, technically, you aren't required to go prone for it, but
Yeah.
grovel is right in the name.
He also never said he got up. I think.
Alright. Regardless, this one's gonna be on Elise, just a regular first. Big old miss. This one's gonna be on Toto, because he's being bitten. 14 on Toto? And then this last one will be on Gale, and I think he's AFK, so we'll catch all these up in a bit. But that does bring us to Nordo.
Okay.
Does a 16 hit, Gale? That's my question.
Let me go check Stacy.
Probably does. He's scale.
Sorry, back.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
I didn't mean my cat. 14 misses Toto, and 16 definitely hits me. I have 12 AC.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh,
so 9
dang.
slashing on Gale.
No.
I had 9 HP.
All
Also,
right.
I did not get up.
You gain 15 temp HP.
Actually, you know what? Because I always forget that I have this fucking spell, because I always get hit anyways, I'm gonna actually cast Shield.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that
Never mind.
blocks it.
I'll just use this on fucking Flick instead.
All right. That brings us
Flick.
to Nordo.
Okay.
Are you sure? Because I only have 9 HP.
Oh, this only works if you get damage. is the thing.
Oh, okay. Fair
Yeah, so like if you didn't do damage, I can't use it.
Charging in and slicing onions.
Yeah, so Flick whatever damage you took earlier, add 15 temp HP, and subtract it from there.
All right. 22
okay,
just
cool.
hit for 6. I assume this is... Who is this on?
That's on angry.
Okay. Give me a con save as Onion Burst comes out of it. You were fine and you were immune.
Excellent. Is that one dead, or is it every time you hit it?
Still up.
Ooh, boy.
It's every
Well.
time you hit it.
Now that I'm immune, I'm just going to start wailing.
That will finish that guy off.
Excellent. And then I will step. Oh boy. Oh boy. Am I dumb enough to step on the water? No, I'm going to stay right where I am. That's it for me.
All right. Brings us to Flick. You're still blind.
God. Okay. Why not?
Just disengage and run away.
I'm going to use disguise self to turn myself into a little onion. Because I can.
Excellent. All right. You watch as Flick kind of gets lost in all this grass and reemerges as an onion. I assume you
They'll
change your
never
outfit to kind of disappear.
Yeah,
you
I'll
look
probably
just like
keep
them?
my scarf on. They won't know.
Okay, alright, so there's an onion with Flick's scarf running around. Let me check the thing.
I also forgot on my turn that when I killed that thing, I used my touch of death, and I like to imagine that the onion mist just gathers around me and forms little chips of onions in my scales.
Gross.
Gross.
Onion chips?
Perfect. Alright, Nordo's got a fine layer of onion skin.
Sorry, I didn't mean to click that 50 times.
It was still 7 every single time, though.
Ogres have layers. Nordo has layers. Like onions.
God, how
Go,
smart are these
it's-
things?
Nordo is an onion.
The onion ogre. That's what we're calling him now.
Oh, man. Okay, so normally this would just be ridiculous, but these things are real stupid. Flick, give me a performance check.
No!
Alright. They look momentarily confused and stunned, and like, oh shit, what is this? What's going on? I'd say that, like, you could use it as a disengage, and they'll be too, like, stunned and confused to attack you right away if you want.
Okay.
Alright, you take advantage of the brief lapse in their judgment to kind of push your way past them. And then when you get to the other side, your vision does finally clear.
Thank God.
Brings us to
Wait,
Nomad.
do I need to roll for it, though?
No, it's just until the end of your next turn.
Okay.
With that said, you're not
Oh,
immune to
boy.
it yet, because you have not saved against it yet.
Great.
Right. So his action is he materializes a psychic dagger and throws it at the playful. Alu-
15. Yeah, the dagger
Alum-
sinks in, and this one bursts. There's nobody in range to get hit by it.
and
Always
it's a
keep one
bo-
alive. If
Isn't
we
it-
cry,
is
we
it-
get free onion juice.
Is
What?
it also advantage because of the groveling, or is it groveling over?
Oh yeah, that
Oh,
goes
that's
until
still going.
Gale's turn, I think.
So shouldn't have I had advantage of my performance check and they all think
I don't think that's how that works.
No,
Yeah.
it is. It is. They're all distracted by him crying, and then there was another onion, and it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Then that's a bonus action. These weapons will go over here and start attacking these things with advantage, I guess.
Yep.
It starts with the closest one. If it dies, it goes to the one down.
All right.
So it's 11. My god, 27, 11.
11 misses. 27 definitely hits for 7. Nordo's immune. Elise needs to make a save, and then 11 misses again.
Sorry, just check. I've rolled shit with it so many times. I wanted to see sure it's okay.
Elise doesn't seem to mind too much the onion juice. All right, that brings us to Gale.
Alright, I sniffle a little. Kind of limp and get up. And I'm gonna grab my axe, which was probably just sitting next to me as I was picking up coins, and I'll attack the wide-eyed one.
All right.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna actually shoot the broad one. I'm gonna shoot it.
Okay. 20 still hits for 17 piercing. Holy shit. This thing bursts into a
23.
mist.
Cancels out
23.
because pack.
Oh, right, pack tactics. All right, and I believe everybody has now saved against that one except for Flick, who's over there.
Great.
All right, anything else?
And then I'm gonna shoot the grumpy one.
20 for another 9 piercing on that guy. All right, that one is split at the seam. A big part of its shoulder is kind of looking sleeped. Toto runs over.
And Toto, how's the wide-eyed one looking?
A little over half.
Okay. Toto is going to try and shove it into the water.
Excellent. Shit. Ooh, it does dodge to the side, and manages to just narrowly avoid being pushed.
Bitch.
It's okay. If it went in the water, we'd have to be diving in onion water.
Well, good luck to me.
All right. Let's see, Elise. Elise is just gonna chop this thing. It's right next to her.
Chop chop.
Chip, chop, chip.
She goes over
24,
its ass.
just enough. Chops this thing in two.
Chop 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 chop.
Which I believe, yeah, it takes us to Moat.
All right. I just step up right here, and I will drop a Cure Wounds into Gale.
All right.
Bless you.
Praise mode.
Brings us over to Ace. Just one left.
All right, I'll step over here, move my hunter's marker to this guy, and then I attack.
Hot. 16
Ooh, that's a
HP.
big old heal.
There it is.
Very good heal.
Oh my
Onion,
God.
no.
Ace, calm the fuck down. And with that,
Fuck you.
the last onion falls and everything goes quiet.
Poof.
Click to subs because of all the onion.
Moat, were you also getting some like overcooked vibes from this entire encounter? I was.
Overcooked?
It's a game.
Oh, right,
You can
the
chop
game.
lots of onions.
Guys, we could have saved one, but you
Why?
killed them all.
What do you want to save one? Were you going to eat it? They're still here.
I mean, we could have like kept it and made it cry and then gotten more onion juice.
What?
This stuff is really strong. I don't know.
Yeah,
You
Norja-
wanted
In the
to torture one and make it cry for us? That's slavery.
I mean, I was gonna be nice to it too, and just occasionally be mean to it.
Make it cry occasionally.
Or I can make it cry of happiness.
Here, wash your
I
eyes
don't really
out.
know how you make a onion do that, but
Hmm.
Any
flex
and
they're
credit,
kind of
this,
cute though.
onion juice does work wonders as a balm.
I have onion juice in my wounds.
Yeah, just rub it right in there. It heals them right up.
I do not know if this is correct, but I'll trust you.
It's working great for me. I
Okay,
investigate
same.
this dead body.
Yeah.
Cause of death.
So you notice across the pond as you're kind of just taking a little bit of time to collect yourselves, the foot sticking out of a dead body. And when you come over to take a look at it, the garb is kind of similar to the other one that you'd seen before. You can see that this one is a lizard folk woman. And this one seems to have been dead a little longer. Probably something in the ballpark with a 15 in medicine. Definitely longer than a week and a half.
Is the
Is
foot
it
sticking out?
carrying anything valuable?
It appears to have a staff, a druidic focus, a coin purse with about 8 gold in it, and you see that around her neck is a necklace with a leaf, very similar to the one that you just have, except it is this kind of withered black metal instead of the gold that you have received.
Oh.
I see. I take that, and I take the coin purse and put it in party lit.
Anything
Hey.
else of notice and that I can look for?
Also, Nordo, give me an investigation check.
I too would like to investigate for valuable.
Sure.
Same.
Yeah, we'll cap it at the two of you. After Nordo.
You're gonna make pesto out of the juice.
Presto.
Presto.
Make some pesto.
Who puts onions in
Stick-
pesto?
We'll help you look.
Monsters.
Ace and Nomad, you guys kind of take a look around in the grass next to this body to see if there's anything else of value, and throughout the rest of the grotto as well. Ace, you're able to find that something has definitely been scooping treasure out of the bottom of this grotto and dragging it off, towards the front somewhere. And as you kind of follow the tracks, it seems to lead past the tree and not out of the grotto. Nomad, you're able to confirm the same, but then as you're looking, especially around the dead body, the call of magical scrolls, it seems to leap out at you, as if looking for you. And you do find 2 spell scrolls.
My child.
My
My precious.
somebody
What
in the-
kind?
Somebody in the party will recognize them. It is... a scroll of Hail of Thorns and a scroll of Speak with Plants.
I can use
Yeah.
thorns.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, of course, it's druid spell. Here. Anyone who can cast these.
I can use Hail of Thorns.
I wrote them down under spell scrolls under like party loot, so feel free to distribute.
Cool.
What was the other one?
Speak
I'll
with
Hail of
speak with
Thorns and
animals.
speak with plants.
I'll speak with plants.
I can also learn to speak with plants.
Yeah, then hold on to these. This will be good.
Though I think it'll be a higher level than I could ever cast.
Oh, that's fair.
I mean, that's the nice thing about spell scrolls is you can always try to cast them.
Oh.
Also, it is a bard and a. Do we have a bard in the group?
You.
I don't know if we have a
You.
bard in the group. That's who. So speak with plants can go to you. She's just gonna find a super old tree and be like, "Yeah, I remember that time. That was a good time."
You can chat with the vegetables when she's cooking.
Oh God! Why would you ever do that?
Those aren't
To
really
hear the
plants.
screaming.
Those are plant products, which are like
Plants.
eggs, really.
Oh,
They're just
yeah.
like the seeds of plants.
Oh no, I'm ruling it right now. If you cast Speak with Plants in a kitchen, you absolutely hear all the vegetables screaming.
Why would they
Well-
scream? Wouldn't they be happy because you'd pass the seeds on just like they want to?
There's two trains of thought amongst garden vegetables. Some of them want to not be eaten, but others are in a cult and they want to be eaten. So they celebrate as they're being chopped up and put into a stew.
Do I know
Are
this?
the
Do I know
walls-
this as a ranger?
Sure. No. Do you have access to
They-
the spell? Have you cast the spell before?
They worship
not.
they worship nutritious Christ.
I do get access to the spell though.
It's not even a religious thing for them. It's just like an old evolutionary thing because the whole point of a fruit is to be eaten so that, the animal that eats you can shit out your seeds somewhere else.
Or just drop them on the floor.
Yeah. Or pollinate you sometimes. There's different reasons, but there's a reason plants are tasty, and it's because from an evolutionary standpoint, they want to be eaten, just not too much.
Did we get all the gold in the statue from the bottom of the
I
lake?
say Gale's not scared of this water, and he knows
Yeah,
everything
Gale's
about
already
magic,
been
so Nordo
looting
jumps
it.
in too.
There ain't shit left.
Yeah, so as you get into the water, it's very cool and crisp and clear. But nothing stops you from just scooping up all the gold at the bottom of this grotto.
Do you think the dragon will mind? Is this not its hoard?
I think its hoard is the flowers around its base.
I
the
guess it
stores.
used to be its hoard.
Maybe. I get the impression this is where donations are kept.
Wait,
There's
what
a
are you guys
whole
talking
book-
about? A dragon?
There's a whole book of donations in there. Yeah, there's a tree dragon in the next room by the name of Thorn. He needs stories to let us pass.
I think the dragon skull we walked through died when it was a dragon, and somehow it got trapped in a tree.
Tree form. But yeah. So how much gold is this all?
So that depends largely on how long you're willing to stay here and scoop gold out of this thing.
How many of you are willing to desecrate this sacred location?
Oh,
That-
I'll
You
100%
say
desecrate it.
sacred.
Nordo just learned that Nomad can buy magic, so he'll pick up every piece of gold he sees.
Yeah. Listen, the more gold we pick up, the more magic I can use for everyone in the party, so. But also, the more, stones we can work on, Gale. Of course we're getting all this gold.
Right.
You almost died
Sure.
for it.
Alright, so all in all, if you guys are willing to spend do you have a bag of hold? You have a bag of holding, right?
Yep, Gale does.
I
Okay.
do.
Alright, as long as you have somewhere to store all of this gold.
Yeah.
Boy.
It's also like a bajillion of us, and I'm sure we can make fast work of this.
So it's that much divided by it's like a pound. So I'm gonna say that with 20 man hours, you can get all of the loot out of this grotto. Divide that across however many of you are willing to help.
Yeah.
And I guess go ahead and give me 2 luck checks to see how much is in here total.
What if we leave behind, the coppers?
That was supposed to be one luck check.
Well, 11, 19.
Yeah, the dice
Oh,
is
no.
smoking.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna work on a list. You guys decide how many of you are helping and how long it takes.
If we leave
I'm
behind the copper, will it be faster?
It would probably take more time to manually sort out the copper from everything else than it would to just scoop it all up and
Yeah,
put
so
it in.
just shoveling it all, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Shovel.
8 of us. 8 is it what? 20 divided by 8 is like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, 2.5
Mo-
hours if we all work on it.
Moat doesn't help.
Oh, that's fair.
Noted. Does anybody else not help?
More for us.
Elise doesn't seem to mind, but she does not help.
Okay.
See, I wasn't going to help, but then the little onion fucker tried to stab my eye out, so
Consider it compensation.
it is. I'm gonna go buy a bunch of onions and then just step on them.
Do
I
do
help?
not do that. It's a waste of food. I would not step
Yeah,
on
well,
brains.
Food gave me this, and I'm gonna lift up my shirt and show him all the stab wounds that I endured.
Humanoids or
Oh,
whatever creatures these did.
Oh, those were plants. God said so. Also, I have onion
I
juice
do
in
not.
places I shouldn't have onion juice.
Over this
Oh.
time, do our necklaces seem to fade?
They do not. However, there is one peculiar effect that you guys notice almost immediately. But it is especially noticeable when you pull out the paintings and the statues. Is that the water seems to wick right off of them. And you also notice it's happening to the coins, too. Like, as soon as you pull them out, they're just kind of instantly dry.
Wonder what this water effect is. Can we identify it?
Seems spooky.
Yeah, I feel like we should identify this water.
I stop helping.
I'm swimming in it. Do I feel anything?
I do also swim in it to get down to the coins. So.
Kind of clean and crisp and cool. No, like,
You know what?
effects that you've noticed beyond that.
Does it wick off of my person as I get out immediately?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, your clothes come out dry, you come out dry.
Is there an opening in the ceiling, or?
Nope, it's kind of about a 20-foot, like, almost upside-down bowl-shaped cavern.
I have a
Can
feeling.
I
dome,
breathe
if
in
you
this
will?
water, or does it make me choke on it still?
Say again.
Can I breathe in this water, or do I choke on it?
You stick your face in, and you count down from 3, and then you inhale, and then you start coughing and choking.
Okay. Does my mouth feel wet now?
You kind of come back out, and when you start coughing above the surface of the water, like, it coughs up pretty easy, and then it feels kind of normal. But, it definitely felt weird for a little bit.
Weird.
Yeah, I stop, and I'm like, I have a feeling they're gonna know that we took this. This is magic water where they were keeping all their money.
More for me.
Yes. So the problem is they are all dead. And
They
I
are
do not-
dead. This might be a collection pool for the actual druids further inside. Druids kind of worship nature. Nature's kind of everywhere we will ever go.
why
Well,
do they
then-
not have it on the inside?
And those hippies don't need the money, so move aside.
Well, we do not have much time here, to be fair. Listen, perhaps we can get this on our way back.
Yeah, maybe we should make sure we're not about to get ambushed or something. Come back for this on the way out.
At this point, my weapons disappear. Been more than 10 minutes at this point.
If we can make sure this place is abandoned, I'd be happy to help. I just don't want to steal somebody's gold if they're still
Yeah.
around.
If there's a survivor, we can't just take their gold.
I mean, we can.
Yeah,
Suppose
I'm already shoving whatever the biggest things I can in
Yeah.
my
Does-
bag holding.
With Toto's
Does the
help,
tree
it's easy
seem-
enough to at least grab those statues real quick. The rest of the coinage will take some time, but you can come back for that later if you
we
want.
can grab the statues. And
Statues, paintings.
Yeah, all the big stuff.
Yeah, it's odd that the paintings aren't washing out under the water, so that is some magic stuff.
I think it's the water that's magical, not the paint.
Mm.
It's all washing off of me, too, and I'm not magical.
You look very clean.
Much obliged.
Does the tree seem to react as I walk towards it again with my necklace or with my leaf?
It does, kind of come back to life like it did before. It spreads all the leaves to form this little bit of a curtain across. But as you get closer, you can feel the heat off of the fire. But you do see that yeah, actually, it doesn't really seem to change its behavior at all. You're holding this leaf in your hand. You can feel a little bit of heat coming off of the leaves that it's dangled as a curtain across the way.
Does it seem like it's letting me through, or does it seem like it's like barring my pass like before I got the leaf?
The behavior seems to be the same.
Same as after I got the leaf?
Same as when you very first saw it, which has not changed since you got the leaf.
Does everyone have a leaf before it lets us through?
I don't have a leaf.
Does it look like, based on the number of leaves on this thing, because there's only like 8 lines on that note, does it look like each line can only be used once? Because there's more than 8 of us if
Oh,
we're counting
God,
Toto,
there's-
Elise, Patches.
I mean, there's thousands of leaves on this tree.
Okay, cool. So you can reuse the lines.
So
Oh.
what's this about leaves? Why do you have leaves?
This dragon here, Thorn.
I don't.
Look, here's the paper. I hand you the paper. You must satisfy one of these, and he will give you a leaf, and then we can pass.
So how does a leaf let us pass?
Get the leaf from
Magic.
him.
I'd step past the tree or attempt to.
All right. As you step through, you can feel the heat of these glowing red hot leaves. But as you kind of push through like a bead curtain, you don't feel any pain. It feels warm.
I will walk through too.
Yeah, and you too. Again, it feels warm, even hot, but not painful as you push through.
Ain't gonna go quite as well if you do it without a leaf, I suspect.
I'm dead now.
Hello. Nomad connects with everyone in the group. Please do not split up.
Oh no, Naruto and I have been separated. Oh no, there were 50 enemies.
Concern.
I don't think friend Nomad understands your sarcasm there, little orc. You might want to be a little more clear.
Sarcasm.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna just push through without.
He did so well the other day. He's still learning.
All right, Gale, as you approach this this curtain of
Gale.
leaves and you start to push through, as soon as you make contact, not only is there an immediate burning sensation, but you can feel these vines kind of coming to life and wrapping themselves around you, ensnaring you. Right off the bat. Okay, what is the first number there that would hit you?
16.
Excellent. So, almost immediately, you feel this burning sensation for 7 fire damage, and you can see all of these other vines making their way towards you. Do you continue to try to fight your way through, or do you kind of step back?
This is for Gale, first of all. 25 temp HP. Jesus, that's a really good roll.
That
It's
is
a really
real
good roll.
But also quite normal.
That's max, isn't it? That
It's
is
max. It's 2 10s, yeah. It's the
See,
second
this bitch is just gonna keep on trying to just push on through.
No, like, yeah. Nomad is just like, Gale, cease. Why are you being so impetuous?
Just wants a story, little dragon. It ain't so hard.
I'm not selling my soul or the souls of my people.
There is no such soul. It only wants a story.
I refuse to work with the dragon.
Could
It's
we
a
tell
tree.
a story for him? Does that count? I mean, like, if I had to say, like, yeah, one time Gale did this, it's a story about Gale. I just have to
Don't you
guess.
do it. Don't you
Dear
betray me like
dragon,
that.
do you remember the time this dragon tried to kill itself by climbing into your grasping vines of fire and death? That is a story.
There is no trick in this transaction, little one. I am a little surprised. Your kind are usually the first to jump at such an offer.
Well, not this one. I'm not a sheep.
Curious. I have to know more. Why? What trouble do you have with dragons?
No, you're not getting me that way. I see through you.
You're very
Friend
clever.
Gale. This is like turning the
I don't
knob
think
of a
I'm that
door.
clever. I just think you're not very clever.
Oh, you don't mean that.
That trick was very transparent.
I don't aim to deceive.
Friend Gale, this is very much like turning the knob of a door. You are trying to run straight through the door. If you think of it more as an obstacle than a dragon, perhaps it will be more apparent.
In truth, I've heard that I am a tree now.
It is true. You were a very unique tree. I've never heard of something quite like this before.
I've always liked trees. It seems fitting.
We'll come back with true polymorph and turn him back into a dragon at some point. Make his dreams come true.
Absolutely not.
So do you prefer it as a tree or as a dragon?
Oh,
I'd prefer it as kindling.
oh, you could
Gold
certainly
dragons.
try. I don't think I'd serve well, from what I've heard. That must have hurt, surely.
I sit down and sulk.
Very well. Time is no issue for me.
Maybe somebody else go first and help little dragon get over his stage fright.
I'll bite. I'll go for it.
Sure.
Okay, I have a twofer for you. My mentor, he's one of the best people in my life, and I sort of killed him, so that's probably the worst thing I've done. And since he's dead, I'd like to speak to him, but I just want to know if he blames me for it, or if he hates me for it, or, you know, want to make sure he still cares about me too.
People don't just kill each other for no reason.
Yeah, it wasn't really my decision. It was a. Oh wow, we could do a 3-for here if I'm looking at this paper right. The Pale Knight, she's the one who made me do that. She deceived me and tricked me into doing it, and when I came to, I had, done the deed, and he was bleeding out, and all that fun stuff. I guess she became my enemy before that, but that really sealed the deal that I can't go along with her and what she wants.
That is an old name. A name I remember from life. Interesting. But the wind does pick up, and it kind of whips a little vine in your direction and offers a leaf.
Thanks. I'm gonna go through now.
Right. Just like the others, you can feel the heat, but it doesn't burn and it doesn't hurt as you step through.
Wait, can I just stay here for a second?
I mean, if you want.
Okay, I'm gonna wait. It's warm. I'm gonna burn the onion smell off.
It does smell kind of like burnt salsa, a little bit.
Makes me want to cook.
And then it starts to smell kind of like hot cotton and leather and cat.
Oh. I'll move at that point.
Yeah, like it doesn't hurt, but it's pretty toasty.
Are you all still alive?
Nope, we're all dead.
Oh no.
Yes, friend Nomad, we're all
Okay.
still alive.
Still very, very dead. Oh no, my spleen.
The Lork's attempts at sarcasm. I don't know if you're catching that yet.
Slowly.
Are kenku edible? I mean, they're just basically big birds.
I mean, I'm just as edible as you are.
I know, but who's heard of eating a cat? That's weird.
Plenty of people.
No.
I eat all sorts of creatures,
Okay,
provided
fair.
they're intelligent enough.
Ever had Displacer Beast? They're cats. They're quite delicious.
Do not think they are cats.
They seem kind of cat-like. They have that whippy tail and those sharp teeth, slanted eyes.
I mean, they're not
Ears.
called Displacer cats, they're called Displacer beast.
And you're called a tabaxi, not a cat. But you're still a cat.
I
And
mean, it depends on
tigers-
the person. Some people call
And
me
tigers are called tigers, but they're not called cats. So,
cat. They're big cats, that's different.
and Displacer Beasts are fey
Pedantry.
beasts. Fey cats.
I've never heard them called fake cats before.
And that's because you just don't know things.
Well, their taxonomy is a bit different. They have limbs that cats do not.
How thick
And
is
I
this
have
piece
and
of
I have
fruit?
thumbs that birds do not.
True.
Okay,
What did
that
you
settles
say?
this
Yeah.
argument. I can't eat you. I wasn't going to, but
How thick
I-
is what, Gil?
Like willow curtain thing?
So probably about a foot or two. The issue that you encountered very quickly, however, is that they're somewhat prehensile.
Not for long.
Oh no.
I'm gonna take out my vial of frog slug wax and smash it into the tendrils and try and walk through it.
Okay. Just a vial of it?
Sure.
Okay. Alright, you grab this vial of the slug frog wax, and you kind of splash it over some of these tendrils. And just as expected, it starts to, like, run, and it gets very, either viscous or non-viscous, whichever one it is, I can never remember. And it kind of does this even coating of several feet of several of these fronds. And you just go for it?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
He has
Buckle
like
up,
25
boys.
temp health, so
Yeah, let's see how this goes.
I'm also very fast.
Quite fast.
I have 35 movement speed.
Alright. What is the range on this? Sure, here we go. We're going to call the first 2 disadvantage. So, does 14 hit you normally?
Normally, but I'm gonna cast shield.
Well, you might not have to, because the wax helps. So that 14 becomes... a crit, so you might have to shield it. Alright, how many of those... Yeah, it becomes
So,
a 14, yeah.
14, okay.
Yeah. So,
yeah, I shield it.
Alright,
I
how
think
many of
none
those...
of them-
I was going to say, after shield, I think you get through scot-free, right?
I get through, yeah.
Alright.
I get through and I flip them off.
There.
I make sure to run. I make sure to use all of my movement so that I'm like
yeah.
out of any weird range that he might have.
good luck getting back through.
And then I shout in Draconic, "There's your story for you, fucker."
I immediately back away from Gale, waiting for the breath.
Oh boy, I'm glad you said that.
Does that count as a story? Asked the dragon.
Where is Gale at right now? Because I'm probably also not getting near him.
So Ace and Flick and Nordo, like, instinctively go to the sides away from Gale. There is a moment of silence, and then there's this kind of big, booming laughter that kind of resonates from the trunk of the tree. But you can see that as the laughter builds, there is a glow that seems to start at the roots and then travel up the midsection of the trunk, and then up towards the head of it. And then from the 2 eyes, as you guessed, comes this massive gout of golden fire. Gale, I need a dexterity saving throw.
But I'm hidden.
Are you?
Look at how far I got.
You're pretty far. Okay, hang on. What is the radius of this?
Nowhere near far enough.
Can't get Flick killed.
Alright, we're gonna do half damage, and you have advantage on the save. Give me a saving throw.
Alright, what's the save?
Dexterity saving throw.
Oh, I'm real good at that.
Oh, you just made it! Okay, you take half of this.
Made a quarter.
I've already chopped it in half.
Okay.
Spoiler alert, it was originally twice this. Okay, alright, that's okay.
Hey, with my temp HP, you only take 2 damage.
So, yeah, there's this massive gout of flames that rolls out across the field, and you find yourself...
So I take 13?
You take 13, yep. So yeah, you don't even get through the temp HP, you're fine.
Yeah, you still have
I've still got plenty. I still have 5 temp HP.
And
So-
when the breath fades and the light dims and you all see Gale, who's still standing pressed up against this corner just out of range of the breath, the laughter picks back up from the tree. Oh, very good, very good. You've earned it, little one. I'll get you on the way out.
Please do not get him on the way out. I'm very fond of him.
I can see why, but rules are rules.
Who
Um,
made these rules?
yeah, who, are these your rules?
It's an agreement that I've made with those who gave me fresh life.
Hmm. So this is a reincarnation of some sort.
Of some sort.
What are your favorite kind of stories?
Variety. Whatever I haven't heard lately.
Do you want to hear a story from a dead person?
Interesting. Sure.
Uh, how many stories do you want to hear?
I'm obligated to hear only one, preferably one that reveals your character.
My character. Okay.
Yes, it
We'll
must be a
skip the dead.
story about you.
This is a little difficult. I am still figuring out who I am.
It is part of the agreement.
Then I will tell you one of my earliest memories. And he sits down for a bit, just lotus position in front of the tree, very meditative. He interlaces his fingers and he says, I am a mind flayer. I am certain if you have your ways to see through, you could tell. I do not know if you have a way to sense through this guy.
My new form does, but I am somewhat disconnected from it.
Well, I do not know if you are familiar with the way mind flayers work. We live in a commune of sorts. It's called a hive. We act as one, controlled by the elder brain. This is normal, and we do not normally have individuality. I came in contact with an artifact of some sort. And long story short, this gave me individuality. The story I will tell you is how it is a significant experience with death. When I became an individual, the hive exiled, threw me far away. In the Underdark, it is very difficult to survive on your own. I fed on anything I could come across, usually much weaker than I. But the more I fed, the more I felt. It used to be that when I feed on something, their feelings, it's just a flavor, if you will. But now I feel those feelings. It ruins the appetite. I met these kobolds who lived in the Underdark. They were not originally from there. They fought a creature, big, fur, smelly. I joined them, devoured the creature's brain, and they saw use in me. They accepted me. They called me their monster. I was simply happy to be accepted again. I cared very much for these kobolds. Over time, their numbers dwindled. Not for lack of effort in protecting them, but they are such fragile creatures. The last one to die was Ozo. And he said, "What is the use of a monster if you cannot protect your prey?" I fed an Ozo because I was starving. And I felt for the first time guilt. The end.
Oh boy. Actually, let me start with one of these. You are unusual.
I get this a lot.
One of the tendrils comes around and it hands you one of these leaves. And then you hear the voice, and it seems directed not so much to you, but to everyone that can hear it. Kind of everyone around. This one may be more important than he seems. Try not to get him killed.
Well, he's keeping all of us from getting killed, I do believe.
He's very unusual.
Thank you.
Out of curiosity, was Nomad's story just now in telepathic to the tree only, or out loud?
Depends if I sense that the tree could understand common. If not, it was telepathic. If
Everyone else has been speaking common or draconic.
oh yeah, then he was just using his choker.
Okay.
Is this a story you told Ace before?
This was a story Ace has not heard before. So this is new to him as well.
Gale feels uncomfortable.
I'm sorry. Gale feels like normal,
Uncomfortable.
as he always does. Gotcha.
No, there's a difference between uncomfortable and scared shitless.
Just uncomfortable. Yeah, this is a story Nomad doesn't like share very much. Unless like actually ask like, "Hey, have you eaten the kobold before?" And it's like, yes.
I enjoyed it.
I did not.
Me too.
Did you say you too?
Me too. I enjoyed it. So who has it gone? Elise, Yule, Patches, Basu, obviously. Toto.
Also, it's like midnight, guys.
I was gonna say we should
Say
probably
I've
wrap
got
up. We'll pick up next week. That gives a little bit of time for Yule and Patches and Moat and Toto to come up with their stories.
So next week we are playing on.
Oh,
What
right.
day?
That's right. Okay, so I guess let's just do a vote real quick. Who would rather? I just type either Wednesday or Thursday in chat. Let's do it.
Is there anyone who can't play on Wednesday? I guess is the better question.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Wednesday is a little better by default.
Well, technically both, but I hear like if it's better, then they vote Wednesday.
Yeah, I can do either, and neither day is better or worse, so I'm open.
All right, sick. Wednesday it is then. We will start doing Wednesdays. next
Vasu
week.
hasn't said anything yet.
Yeah, we should check with Vasu.
He's been gone for a while.
Also,
I
is
think he
dead.
passed out.
And I
was
think
gonna
I
say,
think Sochi said that next Wednesday might not work for him because of working out.
yeah, he's
right?
got to work out. So we might be down.
So possibly.
Okay.
If need be, we can play Thursday. It should be fine.
Yep.
But
we'll figure it out. I'll post it over in chat. We'll talk to Vasu.
Vasu said, I think that he's okay at Wednesdays because he can get better
he
time.
says he has to talk to his.
Oh yeah, he has to talk to his boss first.
Boss and stuff.
Yeah. Don't know how long that'll take him to get sorted out, but we'll figure it out.
If we can't do Wednesday, then we'll just default to Thursday.
Yep. I'll post it over in chat when Vasu is awake again. And we'll get it sorted out. Either way, let me double check. How long has it been since you guys leveled up? Where are we at?
Oh my god, long enough.
leveling
Surely it must have been long enough.
I just 1v1'd a dragon again.
He did.
So I should definitely level up.
Also, what
I mean,
class
I've 1v1
does
multiple dragons,
does Gale?
and I'm
does-
still the same level. So
You have 2 people now, though.
well, sick. That means I'm level 12. So good luck, everybody else.
Hey, Gale. Did Gale learn Shield from Artificer?
I learned it from the my archetype.
Oh, okay, cool. Never mind then, because
Yeah,
I have an Artificer, and I'm just like, Shield. That sounds awesome. Gotcha. Never mind.
Oh,
Yeah, I always forget that I have it by default. But I also just haven't had mana for forever, so.
What do you use your mana?
Well, the thing is that I burnt a bunch of it during a couple of fights, so I was like super low for the longest time, and I've just been like
yep.
saving it for multiple sessions now.
I feel that on a spiritual
Knocked
level.
back up.
I somehow get like 2 back every day, and I only ever use it like once, so I end up using 2, and I get it back every
Hunter's
day,
Mark.
which is really nice.
I-
Hunter's Mark!
Over on the Sunday game, I think I used like 80% of my mana on session 3 or something, and I just got back up to full mana for the first time the last time that we played. It was the first time in the entire campaign that I've been at full mana.
Are we leveling up?
Yes, you guys leveled up. I remembered why I was holding off on the level up, and technically it's still a thing, but we'll deal with that later. You guys level up. You're level 7 now.
Yay!
Let me know when you're like done leveling up, once you've picked your classes and your archetypes and everything, and I will go through and I will update the level up thing for everybody, so that it's not missing for an entire new level.
All
Sure.
right, well, I'm gonna go off and go to bed, so I'll do that
Take
later.
care. Good night.
Sounds good. I'll post
Night,
a reminder over
everyone.
on Discord.
Bye.
Later.
Oh, I won't forget to level up. Don't worry. I'll be doing it all day tomorrow.
Perfect. Oh yeah, I should do Elise real quick.